of the Lippman report. This month, we are surveying all of CUNY students to learn about their experiences with discrimination and their perceptions of issues surrounding inclusivity. This information will be used to inform additional initiatives and programs to help us continue to make progress, an important step to capture the sentiments of our students and provide a baseline for our work ahead. This addresses Lippman recommendation number 13. Last week, I announced that we will be convening a freedom of expression working group tasked with developing a university-wide policy that reflects the purpose and nature of higher education and considers the appropriate balance of interests recognized by the First Amendment and the principles of academic freedom. This affirmation of the primacy of free expression of our university is something that many members of our community, including the leadership of the University Faculty Senate, have wanted to see for some time, and that addresses directly recommendation number 10 in the Lippman report. We have launched a student-driven unity campaign, Our CUNY, Hate Divides Us, Diversity Defines Us, to provide information and resources for combating all forms of hate and creating campus environments that embrace the full breadth of CUNY diversity. That addresses recommendation number 13 of the Lippman report. We will use the policy recommendations from both the Hillel Campus Climate Initiative and the Lippman report to review our discrimination and harassment policies and make final recommendations to the CUNY Board of Trustees. This addresses recommendation number 8 in the Lippman report. We are a large system, as you know, and as I mentioned, almost 300,000 students and employees are part of our system. Tensions and challenges do arise, but we have the rules and regulations in place to investigate and do not hesitate to enforce them. Our North Star is to make our campuses places of respectful expression in which ideas are exchanged with openness, curiosity, and empathy. This is how real learning happens. I want to end by quoting 2 passages from the Lippman report that reaffirm something we know to be true of our great university. The first one is, the vast majority of students and members of the CUNY community do not engage in anti-Semitism or discrimination of any kind, and instead want only to access the quality education CUNY affords. And also that, and I quote, CUNY leadership, both at the Central University level and at the individual school level, are properly concerned with student, faculty, and staff safety, and that leaders in the CUNY system uniformly take safety on their campuses very seriously. I am extremely optimistic about the future of our great university, especially considering the challenges we have overcome and the lessons we have learned in the last few years. Thanks to you for your continued support of CUNY, which is helping to create a stronger and more vibrant New York, one that is inclusive and benefits all New Yorkers regardless of race, socioeconomic status, or immigrant status. This concludes my testimony, and happy to take any questions from the council members.
Thank you, Chancellor. As I mentioned in my opening 2 years ago, we held the hearing on anti-Semitism, and one of the big issues was students were confused about where to report issues of discrimination, confused about who they report to, confused about whether they get any answer from that. And as a result, in part from that hearing, you established the portal. And since the time of the establishment of that portal, as mentioned in the Lippman report, there are still issues. There's still issues of confusion about where to report, about getting answers, responses, to the extent that many students don't even bother reporting to the portal anymore because they feel as though they'll get no answer. So I want to talk about this portal first. So I want to be clear, will this updated portal, you said you had a contract for a new...
We sent the RFP for a CMS, yes.
And when did you send that?
The
Just say it's going out.
It's going out,
Today.
yes.
Today.
Today?
Yes.
It's going out today?
Yeah, for procurement. Yep.
Oh, so it hasn't gone out yet. Okay, it's going out today.
Yeah.
So a few important things the portal needs to include. Will the portal include regular updates on statuses of investigations?
Absolutely. I mean, and let me just do a general. When we created the portal, we were did an in-house response, which was low tech, because as a result of the feedback that we received from you all, we wanted a centralized place to be able to for individuals to report and then go through the process of submitting claims, right? So we did that first. It was in-house, so it didn't have really all the systemic things that we feel we need now to be able to do this.
Can I pause you there, though? Excuse me. I want to pause you because also during the same hearing, we had testimony from CUNY that said students do receive or are supposed to receive responses within 60 days. And across the board, that never happened. It didn't happen. And I'm sure students here today will testify to the same thing. And so I think what we're looking for are assurances that students will actually get those responses, because although it was testified to in the past, it never actually happened. So what assurances do we have that those responses, the back and forth, will actually be provided to the students who are not feeling welcome and safe in their own schools?
So there's two parts to that question. First, it is built into the requirements of the procurement, that the system will generate responses periodically to individuals as to what is the status of their complaints if they ended up filing one. Remember that someone submitting something to the portal is not the same thing as filing a complaint. Sometimes somebody goes to the portal and begins the conversation about a complaint, and they might decide or not to file the complaint. So the system will respond and will give you periodic notices of where your complaint is. That is technology. The second part of this equation is that we need additional resources. If we're moving to centralize more of this work, which is one of the recommendations for Lippman, and we believe that it's a valid one. But more centralized or decentralized, we need additional resources to be able to have more individuals out there investigating the complaints so that we can get back on a timely manner to our students, to our faculty and staff. So technology is part of the equation, but we also are going to need additional personnel to do this, no matter how effective the technology might be.
So, so to be clear, the 60-day policy, so that is a policy, and that it sounds like you're saying it's contingent on funding, that you won't always be able to abide by that 60-day policy.
Well, I mean, you will respond to that. In some cases, there are delayed, right? And part of those delays have to do at times with staffing issues of personnel or cases that have larger complexity, and we have individuals who might not be responding in time to the investigations.
Well, I understand how it might work, but from the perspective of a student, if a policy says 60 days, and then you know internally, well, we don't have enough money to hire the person, it's meaningless to the students. It's meaningless to them. First of all, they won't even know it, and even if they do, it doesn't mean a lot to say, we didn't have enough money to ensure that you were informed about the case of discrimination you lodged against another student, faculty, university. And so what assurances do we have that these timelines are going to be met when what I think I'm hearing is that we may or may not have enough money to do it?
Well, again, we're going to have the systems to do this. We are aspiring to be able to meet those deadlines. I'm also sharing with you the reality that we face, that in order to address those things, we do need additional funding, which we will be requesting to the state and the city.
And has the state committed any funding to this?
We're just beginning the budget process, so.
Okay. And do you know how much the contract's going to be for?
For the
portal. No.
I mean, it's just going through procurement, so we'll see what we get from from the vendors.
Okay. The data was something else that we've been struggling to acquire from CUNY related to any cases of discrimination. Will this portal include the ability to share data publicly with substantiated or unsubstantiated claims made in the portal?
Yes.
So 100% it'll be on the website?
Yep.
Okay. Will there be any delays? What would the timeline look like? Is it quarterly reports? Is it every time a complaint is lodged, the website gets updated?
Well, I mean, we'll be setting that up with the vendor, with the CRM, so we can craft that in any way that is. But you know, you're getting live information, so the complaint should be able to be done on a fairly easy basis. Even quarterly seems extremely reasonable.
In the past, we've gotten, I guess, what I view of as excuses, but other people may view of as just the reason why students can't get updates about this. And they would share with us, these are presidents of universities that would say, well, FERPA laws prevent us from sharing information with students about updates on the case. What I'm hearing you say today is that's legally not the case, and students can receive updates about whether their claim is being adjudicated and the results of their claims.
Well, I mean, the information going back to the students will be following all the FERPA laws, right? So we'll be communicating with the students what we normally can communicate in any of those cases.
And what can you normally communicate?
It depends on the case. I mean, I don't know if the general counsel wants to take that more technical question.
I would love it, please.
Thank you.
And just please speak in, make sure the microphone's on, and
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, Councilman Dinowitz. A response to a Title VI complaint is really not very different than a response to Title IX. The university has a fiduciary responsibility to protect not only the complainant, but the respondent. And in certain instances, there are times when the actual disposition of the case, depending upon the individual. I assume my mic is on. Now, can you hear me, sir?
Yep.
Let me begin. Again, thank you for the question, Councilman Dinowitz. Title VI is not very different than Title IX, Title II, or Title VII in investigating cases of discrimination. The university has a fiduciary responsibility to not only consider the privacy and the security and safety of the complainant, but the respondent. And in some instances, when one is investigated, and these investigations are conducted at typically the campus level, they do take time. Witnesses have to cooperate. Many of these complaints that you've referred to, some of them, I shouldn't say many, that would be hyperbolic, but a substantial number of them come in anonymously. But that doesn't relieve us of our responsibility as an institution to investigate them. But it does make our responsibility difficult because we have to get evidence. And once the evidence is had and once a resolution can be had, a disposition will be made. But no way will the university violate anyone's privacy rights or privileges as an institution or jeopardize the safety and welfare of an individual on our campus by disclosing the outcome of a matter that where a student has a future as well as a faculty member or staff at the university. We don't do that now. We don't do that in Title IX. We don't do that in Title VII. And I dare say we will be doing it in Title VI. However, students will know if they identify themselves how these matters are handled, and they will be attended to, and they'll get support, and they will get counseling on their campuses.
Let me just, I mean, just to be clear, right? As someone who's talked to the students and has listened to similar complaints about the portal, right? The feedback that I've gotten is that you don't hear at times what the status of the complaint might be, right? And this, the CMS will do this automatically. Will give you updates to be able to do that. If also there's some engagement that you're involved with, right? In the particulars of the case, obviously you'll be contacted by student affairs or the appropriate body in the campus so that you will know about the campus. I think the complaint has been that they don't know whether how the investigation is going and they don't get any notice, and the system would definitely do that.
Well, part of the complaint is they don't even get a response. So they don't even know if their complaint is heard. So I am hearing today that with this new portal,
that will be resolved, yes.
Should be, because it hasn't, RFP hasn't gone out.
Yeah.
It will in a few hours, I assume. It hasn't gone out. But that issue will be resolved. But I've also heard from students that they don't know the results of the complaint. And they may not feel safe knowing that there are zero consequences for a student who violated their civil rights. And so can you please provide clarity on if someone lodges a civil rights complaint against another student or faculty member, whether they will know the outcome of that case?
They're notified of the outcome, yes. I mean, the conclusion of an investigation provides an information about the outcome.
Including what steps were taken to remediate or adjudicate it, right? So I just want to be clear, because we've gotten different responses from presidents who have said, I assume per your guidance,
they're not allowed to talk in a forum like this, right, or in the media, but obviously to the individuals, when you file a complaint and the complaint is finalized, you do get a final disposition that tells you whether it was substantiated or not and what action was taken, yes.
So students will find out at the end, substantiated or not, and what actions were taken. And this is all in the RFP?
That wouldn't be
this is part of the process.
right.
But, well, that's what I'm asking. Is that going to be in the contract with the vendor?
Well, that's a notification that is sent to the students, yes.
I'm saying the steps lined up that you just testified to, I think are exactly the steps, some of the steps a lot of students are looking for. I want to ensure that that's actually in the contract.
It's done.
Let me speak to
Yeah, please.
Let's separate the process of a portal from the responsibility of the university to investigate a case. Students now who identify themselves in any form of complaint or discrimination are addressed by their campus. If there's a complaint coterminously filed with the portal, that's a different process. Students are not outed or, dare say, the result or disposition of a case isn't publicly disclosed. That's a policy of every major university.
Right, but what I mean is it's disclosed to the students.
Counselor.
Sure.
They will receive the support and counseling that they need at the campus level. If a student is disciplined, if a staff member is written up for conduct unbecoming, that will be dealt with within the protocols that already exist within the City University of New York. That's not something new or different. What you're asking, I think, is will the portal itself actually state the outcome and the disposition of a matter with respect to a student? There are limitations at law on that, FERPA and otherwise, and privacy. So it might say, and it would, I don't think it's the place for this administration at this proceeding to tell you what will or will not be posted on a website, but I can tell you there will be limitations as a matter of law.
Will a student who complains receive?
Yes.
Okay.
But that would be,
but I just want to be clear, because is that written anywhere in the policy? I hear you testifying to it today.
It is, and that is portal independent. I mean, that is the final adjudication of a case. You get a communication from the campus. The portal will just sort of probably signal that the case has been, that the investigation has been closed. But the actual outcome will be revealed to the individuals who are part of the claim.
I think one of the important observations from Judge Lippman was that depending where you look, there's different guidance. And it sounds to me, based on speaking to students, presidents, and you here today, that there seems to be different guidance about what information is allowed to be shared with students and what is not. So the clarity you're giving me today, that if a student complains about their civil rights being violated, they will get notification as to the outcome of that. Is that written in any policy? Where is that written down?
That is part. I mean, that is part of the policy, that you get notification if you're part of a former complaint. That is part of the policy.
Now, it seems to me, based on, again, speaking with presidents, that they are receiving different guidance from CUNY Central. How can you clarify with them what the actual process is?
So you're talking about students who file complaints,
yes,
right? They have a one-on-one relationship with the chief diversity officer, the people on the campus who are doing that. Those individuals are the right individuals to be able to communicate. The confusion might be if people are asking publicly about the resolution of cases, that is where we're limited. And that might be the cause of the confusion, but there's no confusion as to the process when somebody files a formal complaint, what that is what the students get at the end and throughout the investigation.
I think, respectfully, based on my conversations with presidents and administrators, there is confusion. Because what you're saying to me today is not what was being shared with me by the chiefs at the schools, at the individual campuses. And again, I'll go back to the hearing 2 years ago. There were testimony that students are supposed to get notification of responses within a certain amount of time, and that wasn't done. And so what I'm asking you today is, can you clarify with the principals, with the chief diversity officers, the people who are supposed to be working on this, to clarify that students should get updated notifications and the results of those complaints?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I do want to know one other thing about the portal, because as we're talking about a new portal, we still have a portal now. There is still confusion about whether students should utilize the portal, because I believe it was in the report, or in speaking to students, some students were discouraged from even using the portal. They would go to the chief diversity officer first, or they would go to the portal first. Can you also clarify those rules to students and faculty, that the first step is the portal?
So you can do both. You can go through the portal, or you can go through your campus chief diversity officer. I mean, those are not mutually exclusive.
What would you say to a chief diversity officer who discourages students from utilizing the online portal?
Again, I haven't been in a conversation like that. I think the role of the officer is to be able to guide the student, right, as to whether they, the process of filing a complaint and providing guidance about the process. So,
I don't think your chief diversity officer would volunteer that they're discouraging students from reporting, to be fair. But students would be honest about it. And maybe they'll tell other people. But there are things I imagine people don't want to tell the chancellor, right? You can, you can acknowledge that, right? No one wants to get in trouble with their boss.
if you say so.
Right. Well, I know.
Let it go.
Thank you. So, very clear. Your contract, the RFP, will provide that data is posted publicly. We'll provide students get update. And you're clarifying rules. You will clarify rules with chief diversity officers, with presidents, that they are to be in communication with the students, and they are to tell them the results of an investigation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Currently, the current portal, can you talk a little more about the processes now as it relates to reporting? Because you mentioned in your testimony there are some fixes you're doing internally, but ultimately you're moving to a vendor. Between now and when the vendor implements the portal, can you talk about what steps you're taking to ensure students are getting feedback, that they're able to report, and that they know the status of their complaints? Can you talk a little more about that?
This is part of the conversations we have at times. For example, when I meet with the campus presidents monthly, we've also have intensified our training of the chief diversity officers, all the campus personnel that deal with investigations. I mean, we just did a cycle of training on this and Title VI with the Office of the General Counsel at the beginning of this semester to reinforce how all these things need to work. We also did that training with the directors of HR, so we have everybody working and making sure they're clear about how things need to operate in the current system.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about one more recommendation, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for the first round of questions. Recommendation 4 states to coordinate at all times with law enforcement to protect everyone at CUNY. I think this is a recommendation that just makes sense. I know you speak about coordination between law enforcement and CUNY. I want to talk about first boundaries, physical delineations between CUNY campuses and the public. And what we hear I've heard both from administrators and students, is this concern of certain types of speech. And then one of the more recent ones was at CUNY Hunter, where right outside the window of Hillel, right on the street where Hunter is, what I would consider on their campus, You had a number of protesters saying, it is right to rebel, Hillel go to hell, with images of assault rifles. I think most people would find that sort of language and imagery threatening. One of the responses we got from CUNY was that, well, there's really nothing we can do because it's not really on our campus. Can you please talk about what the coordination looks like related to boundaries between CUNY, physical boundaries between CUNY property and city property?
So, I mean, first, let me agree with your assessment of the deeply offensive nature of the language, right? Let me begin by doing that. In that particular scenario, and I don't know the exact details, right? But if there is something occurring on New York City sidewalks and street, right? NYPD has jurisdiction. They work very closely with our campus. If that sidewalk or street is close to our campus, that happens with many of our vertical campuses in the city. But let it be clear that the jurisdiction of anything that happens there is not CUNY's, right? We're in conversations with NYPD, but any determinations about barriers, physicality, any decision there is not our decision. There's conversation, but I want to make sure that you understand that that is, and sometimes also, we have no way of knowing whether the individuals out there are members of the CUNY community, in this case, Hunter or not, right? So that is one. When those things happen, most of our campus presidents have direct lines of communication, in this case, with the Hillels, right? They meet with them. They provided additional counseling and support services to be able to support the students who are facing those, that tense environment, that's out there. They engage them in conversation about what they can do to be more supportive. Many of our presidents in situations like that issue statements, right, about saying, this is really reprehensible behavior, and this does not represent the values of, in this case, the Hunter community. But any direct action in terms of those individuals protesting there, it is the responsibility of NYPD.
So does that, besides the statements, which I believe are good, but I think need to happen with more frequency and more quickly, in some cases, these statements take hours. And when students are already feeling scared and threatened and unwelcome, I think a statement from the university president and the chancellor does go a certain amount of way. And it's one of the recommendations in the report that says the free speech is afforded to you as well. And your position does not preclude you from making free speech statements, such as you made today, such as you made after October 7th, and that you've made in the past. But those statements should happen, in my view, sooner and more, with more stakeholders. But what I'm also hearing is that the protest that happens on the street 2 feet away from the campus safety is precluded from even asking them to move a little away from the doors, for example. And it's just a little weird because we have businesses that are on the hook for sweeping in front of their stores and shoveling snow in front of their stores, but the CUNY campuses are not responsible, or it seems what you're saying, aren't even allowed to ask students to move along or help the NYPD.
Two things. With all due respect, shoveling snow and dealing with a group of protesters is a slightly different endeavor, right? So again, when you have the protesters, at the end of the day, the decision making about that, we engage with NYPD. I mean, we work very closely with them. We try to create as much distance as we can from all the entrances when these things occur. We try to create as much distance when you have protesters and counting protesters. But at the end of the day, the decisions about that are decisions made based on the public safety judgment of NYPD.
Right. The comment, by the way, about the snow wasn't about the importance of snow versus protest, to be clear.
I know, the sidewalk.
It was about public property versus CUNY property or private property. Yes. And I just find it strange as someone who, we legislate on these things. How many feet away from the door does a business owner have to shovel, that somehow CUNY seems exempt, or it seems that they're not allowed to have the same sort of jurisdiction over their own property. But it seems that the jurisdiction of public property versus private property is different for CUNY than it is for businesses.
I think it might be a safety issue. I think it's talking about safety. When you have a demonstration, that I think was the difference.
Okay. We've heard outside, and by the way, of course, related to boundaries, I think, again, that's one of the things we're hearing from students. It's in the report. The boundaries are not clear. But I do think it would go a long way to have campus safety there as well, assisting in whatever way is safe for campus safety.
But they are. They're coordinated with NYPD. But what I'm saying, decision-making rests with NYPD.
I want to talk about inside campus, because that's completely the purview of the NYPD. I mean, of campus
CUNY.
safety, correct? You know what I mean. Has CUNY established any policy regarding individuals wearing identity-concealing masks during on-campus activities or protests?
No.
Can you talk more about that? Have you considered it?
Well, I mean, any student who's engaging in any behavior on our campuses under the Henderson rules needs to be able to show ID and identify themselves if required.
But you haven't considered a masking policy? Because very often the complaints that happen, there isn't a campus safety officer to check people's ID. And you know what? Honestly, when you have a lot of kids, if their faces are concealed, it's a little daunting to go up to each one of them and get their ID. And a lot of the information we have is from video. But you have no plans to create a mask policy at CUNY? We're a public university, so Yeah.
the threshold to be able to do that might be complicated. What we have told the campuses is that since they can ask people to show ID and tell us who you are, that's a way to be able to deal with any kind of concealment that you might have at any point.
But it would require an employee to go up to the student and ask for identification.
Yes.
And in the case that they don't show identification, what happens then?
Well, and then they can be submitted to disciplinary action because they're breaking the Henderson rules.
How many times have you asked for ID? Or how many times has CUNY campus asked for ID?
I mean, you have to go campus by campus, but they do.
Do they keep track of that?
If the students are engaging in disruptive behavior, you can go and ask for their ID.
Does that happen?
Yes.
In speaking with students, it does not appear to be their observations that happens. But when a campus safety officer asks for ID, do they log it in any way? Do they collect that information and share with you how many times they've actually had to do that?
I mean, I guess it's logged in if the individual refuses to.
Well, I guess if they refuse to, they don't know who it is.
Well,
Right.
but then you get arrested.
Has that happened?
Well, so it has happened, and then it can be a deterrent to what they're doing too.
I'm gonna guess no one has been arrested for failure to show identification on a CUNY campus. I'd find that
Again,
very.
I fail to disagree. It's one of the Henderson rules. It's one of the things that is based in the code of conduct that you have to do that.
Right, but I get the question, do you know how many students have been arrested for failure to show ID?
I don't have that number, no.
Okay. I mean, if you're testifying that is the process and those are things that happen, I think the committee deserves to know, does it happen or how often that happens per campus? So there is, besides relying on existing rules and interpretations of the Henderson rules, there is no specific policy regarding identity concealment, correct?
No.
Okay. Has CUNY established clear guidance and prohibitions related to issues of vandalism and destruction of property on CUNY campuses?
They're part of the Henderson rules too.
How does each campus coordinate with the central office regarding reaching out to law enforcement? Tell me what that looks like, please.
Well, I mean, again, there's so many scenarios, but normally when we get intelligence about a protest or going on, there's immediate coordination between the central office, the campus, and the precinct to be able to determine what kind of support is needed for for those instances, right? Again, it depends on the scenario, but that's ongoing communication that happens between us.
For off-campus behavior, we've been speaking about on-campus identity concealment. Can students be disciplined for off-campus behavior?
Yes.
Has that happened?
Well, I
I'm sorry. There to be no comments from the audience. You'll have time to publicly testify. Make sure you fill out a slip in the back, and then when the chancellor and his team is done testifying, you will come up and have your chance to testify.
I'll have to check with the campuses, but it is part of that happens with Title IX and other things routinely. Yes.
The underlying issue, again, with students feeling safe, part of it is that a number of the actions being taken by other students, other people, well, these would be other students in this case, other students or faculty, are not met with consequences. And so while victim services is important and appreciated, it can't be the case that students who are victims continue to remain victims while the people the perpetrators of the acts, that there are no consequences. And I think it's the same with the portal and the same with relationship with law enforcement. The rules seemingly are unenforced and there are no consequences. And so when we hear that, we don't really know if people are disciplined for off-campus behavior, that unfortunately sends a message to people committing those acts that it is okay to continue doing those acts and continue to create an environment that is not safe for students.
Well, but again, students are disciplined for that. You're asking me for specific examples, right? And I have to sort of think about that and come back to you with those things, right? But in conversations with the president, students are. The conduct off campus too is a combination of are you doing an offense against a member of the CUNY community? In that case, it becomes a jurisdiction. If you're doing something off campus too, that is also a jurisdiction of local law enforcement there because you're not on the campus.
Right, but the question is, what consequences does CUNY implement, not just what does the NYPD do?
If there's an investigation and you broke the Henderson rules, there be the appropriate discipline in those cases. And there's students who have been put on probation, there's been students who have been part of mediation.
How many students have been put on probation related to Title VI complaints or complaints of discrimination or civil rights complaints?
I'll have to get back to you with that. We don't
these are some of the fundamental questions, because that would answer the question. I would love for you to come here and say, yes, every single student that's received a complaint has been investigated, and we've disciplined a number of students. And that would send a very strong message that discrimination is not tolerated. But just as well, based on today's testimony, the answer could be zero. The answer could be, well, we looked at it and we decided not to do anything about it. And that sends a message that it's continuing to not be safe. And so without the data, it's very difficult to have a meaningful, productive conversation about this element of the recommendations. I want to turn it over to some of my colleagues for the first round of questions that we'll likely have multiple rounds, and the first person is Councilmember Marte.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chancellor, for being here today. Good morning.
Morning.
How does the CUNY network work with the New York City Human Rights Commission? Do you share potential allegations? Do you share data? Or do you have an autonomous program in this portal system that you just keep all the information internal and don't share with the Human Rights Commission?
Sure. There's a state human rights commission and there's a city human rights commission. Individuals are free to file complaints with either. We cooperate with those investigations in the Office of the Legal Affairs. We don't share data. Whatever evidence they have, they produce, and there's a discussion, and obviously we try to bring it to a resolution. But there's no specific data arrangement for a state and city or municipal.
So if someone makes an allegation on discrimination on your campus, if someone makes an allegation on discrimination on the campus, you don't share that potential allegation with any commission, either city or state, or let's just say if the discrimination did happen at the end of the investigation process, you still don't share that with the Human Rights Commission on the city or state level?
Well, Commissioner Marte, thank you for your question. Let me try to answer your question with a process. Depending upon how a discrimination matter arises, someone can say they were discriminated against, they can claim that they were harmed in some way, they can begin by filing a simple complaint with their campus, or they can write the central office, and we might make a referral back to the campus to conduct an investigation. They need not go through the portal as the chancellor referred to earlier. They are free to not do that. They're free to go to the commission if it's that serious and they feel that their rights might not otherwise be addressed by the university. They often do go outside to a third party. Sometimes those third parties will ask whether all administrative remedy has been exhausted at your campus before you engage us. And let's be clear, coming back to Title VI, it's a federal regulatory scheme. It addresses impact. And if you look at the voluntary resolution agreement that was signed by this university on June 10th, 2024, there was no finding of widespread discrimination. There were 9 cases that they would like us, and they have asked us to review again, and we have reviewed more than 50% of those cases. And they have asked us to consider whether or not there should be additional programs and remedies to address the concerns of individuals impacted by those situations. But fundamentally, not everything is addressed by an outside commission, by the DHR, or for that matter, the city or state.
I do think it's important to be able to share the data, whether it's initial allegations or at the end once a case is investigated, what's the determination of that case, because the data that's given to the Human Rights Commission, we create policy based off that data. And if there's a miscommunication or not even a direct communication from CUNY to the city of New York, then we don't have accurate information on what steps we should take next.
And I would be remiss, Commissioner, Councilor Marte, if we didn't acknowledge that we do that. I mean, there is data shared annually on the Clery Act, under the Clery Act. So if there's a hate crime, if there's an act that violates federal or state law at the City University of New York on a campus, in fact, Toby Stavitsky passed a legislation just last year on hate crime that requires us to report, and it's a more a different analysis of hate crime. We are obligated as a public institution to report that. So let me not mislead you to think that that data is not shared publicly. It is shared in a way that is required not only by state but by the federal law. And every college in the nation shares that data as it relates to discrimination complaints and hate crimes.
And just to be correct, that's just at the end of the investigation, but you don't share the data on potential allegations of discrimination.
With whom?
With the city and state.
No, there's no requirement to do so, and I'm not quite sure how any institution would do that without some level of, I mean, there has to be an investigation and evidence to be reviewed before you start speaking publicly. Otherwise, you jeopardize the veracity of any kind of investigation if you're disclosing data prior to an adjudication or a resolution. I think that would be dangerous.
So, for example, when the Human Rights Commission comes in front of us, they say, we have gotten, let's say, 200,000 complaints this year. However, we only validated 10% of those cases and moved forward with 10% of those cases. It's important to understand what are some of the allegations being made and how accurately those allegations are. And so, you know, I'm always about transparency, so I think giving us as much data is super important, especially per campus, so we just understand if there's a perception of fear or if there's something credible out there. Either are important for us to understand, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Marte. I would now like to turn over to Councilmember Menon.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really want to thank the Chair for calling this important hearing. I know how hard he's worked on this, and it's really incredibly meaningful. So I have a number of questions, and I think it's going to take multiple rounds to get to them, but I'm going to start with procurement. So on September 23rd, Chair Dinowitz, Councilmember Vernikoff, and I met with students, Jewish students, and I have to tell you, I was absolutely appalled by what I heard from the students. The students told us that they met with Baruch President Wu, and that Baruch President Wu told them that he could not guarantee their safety. That basic statement goes against the fundamental tenet that you all must honor, which is you've got a fiduciary responsibility to keep these students safe. The students also told us that there were broken security cameras, there was a lack of security personnel. The Jewish Caucus wrote a letter to President Wu demanding that these security cameras be fixed, and one of the responses we received back was that the president was going to be issuing an RFP. Now, once again, with this portal that Chair Dinowitz asked you about, you talked about the fact that just today, ironically today, you're issuing an RFP for the portal. My question is that I've reviewed the procurement processes of CUNY, and on average, it's 2 to 8 months to finish the procurement. This is a crisis. I think Judge Lippman's report is crystal clear. We've got a crisis around anti-Semitism. Why are you doing the traditional procurement processes for both the portal and for security cameras?
So let me talk about the portal, right? And the portal is because the lesson learned from the portal we have now is to do it quickly led to a product that we're not happy with, right? So, and even though the actual procurement might have gone out today or in these days, the whole process to be able to launch that has been in the work for several months to be able for us to get the kind of product that we want. So I just want to make sure that that is that is sort of considered as you think about that element. We want to make sure that this time we get the right product that has all the things that people have been saying we need to be able to do.
But when we have an emergency in the city, we are able to utilize different methods, like a no-bid contract, when we have long-time procurement issues. Why on earth, when there is a serious crisis around anti-Semitism and the students are telling the Jewish Caucus that they do not feel safe, why wouldn't you use a non-competitive justification memo, which is in your own manual, to circumvent very lengthy procurement processes, and that would immediately allow you to implement a new portal and to purchase new security cameras?
We'll take that suggestion under advisement. Again, we try to move the process as fast as we can.
Okay, so I'm going to make a suggestion to the chair, because one of the things that I know that we all hope comes out of this hearing are actionable items. So I'm going to make a request to the chair that by the end of the week, you have sent a letter to this committee chair indicating that you are using the non-competitive justification memo both to purchase the new security cameras and for the portal. It's very simple. It's very easy to do. It's been utilized many times before, and it needs to be done in this case.
Thank you.
Okay. A little bit more time. So next series of questions. What is the number of security personnel that you have currently working across all the different campuses?
I know the number for each campus. We can give you a breakdown.
Okay,
of that number.
Yes, in addition to, by the end of the week, I would like to get a breakdown of the number of security personnel that you have at each of the campuses and how that differs from the number of security personnel 2 to 3 years ago. So we can see, have you, and the question is very, very, very basic. Have you increased the number of security personnel since October 7th?
And the answer to that is very easy, yes. I cannot give you the exact number per campus.
Yeah, we'd like to see.
We have done, and I'll say two things to that. Yes, we have, even before October. And also, one of the things that we did this year is to hire additional personnel. Hoping that we didn't have a situation like another encampment, right? But to be able to have additional personnel already with us on the campuses that knew the campus that we could deploy if we have a large emergency. So
very quickly, on October 7th, the words "October 7th Forever" were spray painted on the facade of Baruch. I sent a staff member down. We took pictures of it. The Jewish Caucus sent another letter to President Wu. One of the demands we made in the letter was that an apology was sent out to the Jewish students at Baruch. Was that done?
I have to ask. I know that President Wu sent a letter to the students, so I don't know exactly about the apology, but we can check into that.
Yeah.
I know he wrote to the students, yes.
We'd like to get an answer to that. My understanding is that was not done, and so we want to get an immediate answer to that as well. I do have other questions, but I know my time is up, so we'll go on the second round.
I do want to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Felice, and Councilmember Botcher was here as well. Next, calling on Councilmember Vernikoff.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you, Chancellor. I'll get right to it since we're on the clock, and if I could just ask you to be brief in your answers, and some questions just call for a yes or no. Chancellor, what is your salary for being Chancellor of CUNY?
It's $670,000.
$670,000, correct?
Yes.
Not too shabby. Chancellor, did you read the entire Lippman report? The 140 pages of the Lippman report, did you read it?
Yes.
Okay, do you accept the judge's findings that there has been an alarming number of unacceptable anti-Semitic incidents at CUNY and the entire system needs an overhaul? Yes?
So we have been working
Just yes or
on
no,
that.
Chancellor.
But that's.
Do you accept,
I read the
do you
report,
accept the
and
findings of
even
Judge Lippman? Yes or no?
Even before the report came out, we've been working on this, saying that it's an important matter, and
So
we've
yes?
been addressing it.
That's a yes?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And are you accepting, I know you talked about some of the recommendations, are you accepting all of the 13 recommendations made by Judge Lippman?
We're working on all of them, yes.
Are you accepting all of them? And they're binding recommendations?
We're working on
You
all
will
of them,
abide by
yes.
all of the 13 recommendations, correct?
We're working on all 13, yes.
So that's a yes. Okay. And then do you accept the judge's findings that for many Jewish people, Zionism is a part of their Jewish identity?
That's the judge's opinion, so
So you agree with the judge's opinion, yes?
I mean, my understanding from talking to Jewish students is that in many cases it is, and in some it isn't.
So is that a yes? You agree with the judge's opinion that Zionism is a core part of Jewish identity? Yes?
I think it depends on.
It's a yes
the
or
Jewish
no. It doesn't
students.
depend on
Well,
anything.
I cannot give you a yes or no answer.
Okay. Do you accept that anti-Zionism constitutes anti-Semitism? The judge put that in his report as well. Is that a yes or no?
If anti-Zionism leads to the discrimination, the harassment, and of Jewish
That's not my
individuals,
question.
yes.
That's not my question.
Well, that's my answer.
Do you accept that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism?
I
Or
said
can constitute anti-Semitism?
It can, yes.
When will the anti-Semitism monitor be appointed?
The
anti-Semitism monitor discussed in the report by Judge Lippman?
So we're working on all the recommendations. One of the first things that we're working on is on the center first, so then we're able to have someone that can look at the progress of the report.
My question is, when will the monitor be appointed? How long will it take?
We don't have a date for that. We're working on the other recommendations first.
When will you know when you'll have a date for that?
I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. We had a hearing 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. As everyone knows, you didn't attend that hearing. Since then, we've had multiple meetings with you. Some stuff was done. Since then, just very briefly, based on the information you have and the knowledge you have of everything that's been going on since that hearing, have things gotten better or worse for Jewish students on campus? Just better or worse? One-word answer, please, Chancellor.
Well, one thing that I'll just notice about that hearing also happened before the October Hamas attack, right, in which the world changed. So clearly that has changed the landscape here in New York. I think that members of the Jewish community will acknowledge that we have worked very hard in improving situations, but we have still work to do.
So they've got worse since the hearing?
I don't know that I can characterize it better or worse.
It either got better or worse.
Again, it's not a better or worse scenario for me. We have worked very hard. I think that the members of the community have seen the efforts that we have done to improve things, but it's also been a much more complicated worse in that hearing.
Well, I'll submit to you that things got worse. While you are the chancellor, it's gotten worse on your watch. And as Councilmember Menon mentioned, we went to Baruch, and we're going to go to other schools. Which you, by the way, I think you should be doing as well, going to every school and talking to Jewish students. But the students there told us that the only place on campus they feel safe is the Hillel house. Is that acceptable, Chancellor?
No.
But that's what's happening, and it's happening throughout the CUNY system on many campuses.
And to your point, I have visited with other Jewish students in those campuses. We've met with them in the central office to be able to gauge their feelings and their concerns. We've had part of my team members visit all the Hillel campus, talk about security issues. So we've engaged with the students in Hillel and some of the other Jewish students groups on campus too.
And yet they still do not feel safe and are not safe. They don't feel safe going to class. They don't feel safe expressing their opinions in class. They don't feel safe expressing their Jewish identity, wearing yarmulkes. That's all still happening. I'll yield and I'll ask you questions in my next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff. Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chancellor.
Good morning.
What is the single most category of discriminatory and hate attacks and hate conduct on CUNY campuses?
What is
The single most category. Does it fall into any particular category? In other words, is anti-gay, anti-black, anti-Latino, anti-Semites? Do you have them categorized by any percentages, by any breakdown?
I don't understand the question. You're asking me
If there are 100 incidents a year
of
any kind of discriminatory behavior on any campus, you'd have 25 campuses. Are you able to break down how those are categorized?
I mean, in some cases, yes.
Okay. And do you know what the single most category is on your campuses of discriminatory conduct?
It varies by campus. We can get you that
Do
information.
you have a
And we-
system-wide total?
So we submitted to the council every summer the data on that, and we'll be happy to give you the most updated data, but we've done that for the past 2 years.
Do you know what the largest category of discriminatory behavior falls under?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, no problem. The chairman described an incident that occurred at Hunter College, and he spoke the chants that were done right outside the Hillel, and he described it as a foot or two, three maybe away from the door. Do you believe that the chants are anti-Semitic?
Excuse me?
Do you believe that those chants that the chairman read out loud?
If they were made to harass and to discriminate against Jewish students, yes.
If they were just made in the air and not at any particular person, but just said out loud standing outside the Hillel?
They could be anti-Semitic, yes.
Okay. But that's equivocal. It's not necessarily that they are. Either they are or they aren't. This is kind of like, can't be half pregnant. Is it anti-Semitic or not?
If it's meant to be harassing towards individuals because of their Jewish ancestry and personality, yes.
Okay. The Henderson rules preclude unauthorized occupancy of CUNY facilities or blocking access, right?
I had a hard time.
The Henderson rules
Yeah.
preclude blocking access to CUNY facilities. If people are standing 2 feet outside the Hillel door, which is a CUNY campus, although on a city street, they're blocking access to CUNY facilities, right? Can we agree that that's true?
So if the students are purposely blocking that, yes.
Okay. Let me go to a different question. You testified that you have 240,000 students, 40,000 employees. You've been there 5.5 years. How many employees have been fired from CUNY, have their employment terminated for incidents related to anti-Semitism?
I wouldn't know.
Do you know if there were any?
I don't have that information.
Okay. So we don't know yes or no. It's not that we don't know the number. We don't even know if that occurred. Okay. How many students do you know have been expelled from CUNY during your time as chancellor for incidents related to anti-Semitism?
Again, I wouldn't know the number.
Do we think that there are any?
I don't know.
Okay. If a student is standing outside Hunter College's Hillel, as described by Mr. Chairman, and chanting as the chants as described by Mr. Chairman, and you have public safety officers who see it, and as you described, they can't get involved because it's on a city street, and they really can't do anything as you described it. Let me take it a step further. Let's say those students standing outside Hillel, instead of chanting, they had grabbed the Jewish student and started pummeling him. What would your safety officers at CUNY do in that instance? Would they get involved? Or would they say that it's a public street and they can't get involved?
Can you repeat the question again? Because you had.
Sure. The chairman described an incident outside the Hillel, right? a bunch of people were yelling some stuff. We didn't like the stuff that was being yelled, speaking in the vernacular. Okay. Assuming, it's an assumption, assuming that at that instance, those students who were chanting had grabbed the Jewish student and started beating on him. You had said that the CUNY safety officers can't get involved in telling these students they can't stand there because it's on a city street. Would they get involved if they saw these chanters beating up on a student?
And they will coordinate with NYPD if
They would have to do a coordination of some kind. They would have to call 911.
No, no, one. I'm saying if NYPD is there, they'll probably follow.
Let's say there's no NYPD. Let's say
the officers would probably
let's say
react,
let's say
yes.
your CUNY safety officers are there. They see it. They're not going to move them away from in front of the building, but they see them beating up on.
They would definitely do that. Yes.
Okay, what would they do? What would they do?
Well, they would probably, break up the fight and try to protect the students who were there, and then adjudicate any kind of discipline based on the actions taken there.
Okay. You testified earlier that CUNY doesn't have any policy related to masks.
Excuse me?
Sorry. You testified earlier that CUNY doesn't have any policy related to masking on campus. The chairman asked a question about masking,
yes.
And then he followed up that people sometimes wear masks, not necessarily for. Okay. Should there be a policy related to masking?
Again, we think that with the power that we have to ask the students to identify themselves, any masking of those things, would be something that the officers would be able to address.
Okay.
If the students were engaging in any kind of improper conduct.
Chancellor, if a student decided to walk on campus, take off all their clothes, and walk through campus the day going to class with no pants on, would that be okay?
What was the question again?
If a student decided to take off all their clothes on your campus and go to class the rest of the day with no clothing, would that violate any kind of rule of CUNY's dress code?
It'd be Henderson rules, yeah, that is indecent behavior.
Okay, so you can regulate what people wear and how they dress, correct?
I guess within the limits of what a public
Okay,
university
we're going to put a
can do,
pin in
yes.
this because the chairman would like to move on a little bit. We're going to have a second round, right?
Maybe even a third.
Excellent.
Although what you're describing, it sounds like I went to the wrong
Excellent
college.
news. I only have 35 days left, so let's make it work.
I want to move on to recommendation number 6, increase consideration of the relationship between Israel and the Jewish people when adjudicating whether conduct constitutes anti-Semitism. Can you just first talk about CUNY's current relationship, if any at all, with Israel or any of its institutions?
Relationship.
If any at all.
Well, I mean, we work with the consulate. I believe I'm meeting with the consul in January, I believe. We have educational exchange programs that our campuses have with Israel.
There have been calls for you to cancel those educational exchange programs. Can you confirm that you will not be canceling those educational exchange programs?
Well, no, and actually, as you know, I took a delegation of half of our presidents in April of 2022 in a trip that was sponsored by JCRC to visit institutions in Israel, university, cultural institutions, because it's part of what we do in terms of exchange, but also to signal very clearly that we don't believe that sort of that kind of boycotting academically is appropriate.
Right. There is an important relationship between democracies, between educational institutions. And is it also fair to say that you, Chancellor, recognize there is a relationship between the Jewish people, the vast majority of the Jewish people, and Israel? Not their policies, the nation of Israel.
Yes.
Do you recognize? So now I want to ask about CUNY policies. There's been Title VI guidance from the Biden administration on this, from the Trump administration and executive orders related to defining and including Zionism as part of Jewish identity. Is there any discussion, or is there any, will you be making a decision to include Zionism in any of your guidance, or has any of that information been shared with CUNY faculty?
Well, I mean, those things are covered, as part of our policies as we speak now, right? I mean, you cannot discriminate against somebody for being a Zionism, and that will be a violation of our existing policies.
Right, well, that's why the administration gives concrete examples of when anti-Zionism very clearly looks like anti-Semitism. But CUNY itself has not made any public statements on that, or hasn't made any rules that have been shared with chief diversity officers or presidents, correct?
So no, that is not the case. We have clearly, based on OCR, right, that talks about the importance in Title VI cases in considering the IRA definition of anti-Semitism as a tool, and the governor's proclamation also has been part of the training that we've been giving all our CDOs and people that are working with Title VI.
So I just want to kind of delineate between training and discipline. Because the guidelines provided by President Biden, provided by President Trump, and you can also reference NYU, which this year provided guidance to to the members of their community about when anti-Zionism becomes straight up anti-Semitism. And so I first want to talk about discipline. We'll get to the training in a second. But does CUNY, or can CUNY, delineate in the same way that our federal government has, and in the same way as other private institutions have? Can they delineate and provide training as it relates to discipline about when anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism?
So we have provided guidance in those trainings about those particular matters to all the campus personnel dealing with Title VI. And that is consistent with what OCR suggests, which is the federal entity that oversees Title VI, and also with the governor's proclamation.
One of the steps NYU took, and I realize you're a public institution, private, one of the steps NYU took was to publicly share their own guidance, their own clarification about what anti-Semitism looks like as it relates to Zionism. Can CUNY make the same public statements?
We have done that guidance in what we've done with all our officers in clarifying those things. We believe that our policies are inclusive of that.
I think one of the main concerns, I think, from students is whatever work you're doing, they may not know about it. So let's pretend, and we'll get to what the training looks like in a second, but let's pretend that all of the training does really represent what the vast majority of the Jewish community feels, and does represent and is in line with Title VI. You have a bunch of students and faculty who don't know what's going on, if that's happening. And so that's why I'm asking today, can public pronouncements be made highlighting what the distinction is or can be? Can public pronouncements be made affirming to the students that when certain actions of anti-Zionism cross this line, that's very clearly anti-Semitism?
So we have done, and we produce as a result of our voluntary resolution with OCR.
The what? I'm sorry.
Our voluntary resolution with OCR,
Okay.
we produce a manual, we produce a video for students in addition to the additional training to provide on Title VI, to provide all these clarifications and have the widest amount of information out there about what's included on the Title VI.
That's required by the students to do that training? Are students required to do that training or to get that information?
Students are not required, but it is available on the website, and we're having all the student affairs campuses use that. We've also, some of our campuses are also for student leaders, are including anti-bias training before they can become officers. Some of the campuses are doing that too. So all this is part of a campaign to make sure that as many people are informed about what's included under Title VI.
I'll just read NYU's. It says, using code words like Zionist does not eliminate the possibility that your speech violates the NDAH policy. For many Jewish people, Zionism is part of their Jewish identity. That's just one model from NYU. Is that not something CUNY can also affirmatively do, given the crisis that we're in? Can you not affirmatively make a pronouncement like that and publish those very clearly for all campuses to see?
Well, again, we'll look at the examples from other campuses. We feel that the clarification that we have given, in the examples, if you keep, reading that NYU example, some of the examples that are there on Zionism would clearly violate our code of conduct at CUNY. Not including them, not permitting to attend things, which are some of the things that appear in the NYU one.
I think what I'm asking is something very simple, is if you can affirm with examples, some of which are given by models of private university, models of the federal government, if CUNY can do the same.
We'll certainly look into it as we continue to revise our policies, yes.
Well, can you do it? I don't need you to look into it. It's very clearly the law. All I'm asking you is to share what the law is with students to make sure they know what the policies are, not just for them, but for people who are thinking of violating policies.
And we have made all our policies, available to the students.
Say that again?
That all the students, our policies are on the website. Students, when they register in orientation, they're getting all the information. Students who participate in clubs, all these things are credited to Title VI. We've been sharing with the students and expanding our efforts to be able to communicate and make sure that people know.
I think one of the themes throughout is, I know from your perspective, you're taking a lot of steps. And of course, while many of us on the committee and here today may be skeptical, it is clear that whatever steps are being taken are not, at the bare minimum, being publicized or shared. There's a lot of things students don't know, whether it's the outcomes of their complaints with the portal, whether it's the rules, the Henderson rules, whether it's masking regulations and saying, well, it's the Henderson rules, there's no real yes or no. I won't talk about wearing pants or not. But there's a lot that seems to be behind closed doors. Even the process for procuring cameras seems to take a long time and be secretive. So one of the big asks we're doing in whatever recommendation is to be sharing information and sharing it publicly, and publicly doing more to affirm that the rules in place, the rules that are being put in place, and the values and opinions of CUNY are in line with anti-discrimination practices. And what I'm hearing is resistance. No, I don't know if it's...
There's no resistance. We've been doing that. We've been publishing all those rules and sharing them widely.
And we've spoken on numerous occasions, and I know you've spoken to students. Speak to more students, because they will have a different opinion than you. The existence of something on a website does not necessarily mean that it is being shared. You have a lot of things on your website, but there are, for a lot of people, real concerns about what even the rules are. And I think the anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism question is, of course, legally a tricky one, but morally it's not. Students don't feel welcome or safe when there's anything related to anti-Zionism, to the extent that we see protesting a Jewish student group, the Hillels from many campuses, Jewish student life on campus, those are being protested with pictures of assault rifles. And again, under the guise of anti-Zionism. Under the guise of anti-Zionism. And it is critical that CUNY clarify that Zionism cannot be a code word for anti-Semitism. And it's a very simple trick. If you replace Zionism with Jew, would it be okay to say? And does it sound just like any other of the anti-Semitic tropes the Jewish community has been hearing for hundreds upon hundreds of years? And it is critical that CUNY very publicly clarify when anti-Zionism is and can be anti-Semitism. I'm going to do another round of questions for my colleagues. I'm going to go in the same order. Councilmember Menon.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair. My first question is, what specific changes have you made to time, place, and manner restrictions since October 7th?
Well, we've made that guidance very, very clear to the campus communities. Many of the presidents sent memos at the beginning of the academic year clarifying the procedures that...
But can you be specific? I'm specifically asking, what changes have you made?
Well, we didn't require a change. We just said that is the tenor of our procedures, and we're just clarifying for everybody what they need to do to be able to
Okay,
host events.
I used to serve on a university board. Universities across the country, in light of October 7th, have made specific changes to time, place, and manner, which allow, of course, the First Amendment right to peacefully protest, but allow universities to enact reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to assure the safety of students and allow educational pursuits to continue.
And we've had those, and what we did as a result of that is I issued clarification on that as chancellor, and then every campus did the same thing.
I'm asking what those changes are. You're not answering the question with all due
Well,
respect.
because they just clarified the process to be able to do that.
Okay, let me be more specific. For example, did you say that there cannot be protests, for example, in front of certain buildings? Did you move locations of protests? Did you make reasonable time, place, and manner changes in light of October 7th?
It varies by campus, right? Because our campuses have different
Can you give me
right?
one example of a reasonable time, place, and manner change that you
City
made?
College, for example, made it clear that there's like 3 sites on the campus where you could protest. I mean, you could also appeal that, right? But
How did that differ from before October 7th with regard to City College?
they were just clarifying the areas.
Okay, so again, I think my question is pretty basic. I'm looking for specific examples of time, place, and manner changes. If you want to send that in the letter that we're asking you to send by the end of the week, that's fine. But I just really want to understand, because that's really incredibly important. We obviously want students to have the right to peacefully protest. We're not saying they shouldn't, but we want to make sure, conversely, that we are not in any way endangering other students at the same time.
Absolutely. And what I guess I could answer, depending on the event, how each campus address that, depending on what the student or other group came to the campus to do that. But that is regularly done. And in some cases, they said, you cannot do this in this space. You can only do it with some limits. So that happens on an ongoing basis in the campus. What we did at the beginning of the year is to clarify what the process is for each campus to be able to do that. But that is happening all across the campus, and I can, in each campus, talk about different events in which the campus exercise that judgment precisely to get to that balance that you identify.
What is your opinion of inciting violence in regards to a protest? And please give specific examples that you felt that protests cross the line into inciting violence and therefore are not protected First Amendment free speech.
I mean, you're asking about many cases, but I'll give you one example at City College when we asked the NYPD to come in after they've taken over buildings in the encampment, right? Very clear case in which public safety was in the manner.
And what were the consequences for students involved in that?
Well, so, I mean, that was handled by the DA, and so if there were members of the CUNY community, they ended up not being many members or any members of the CUNY community there. They were dealt by the DA's office. And I can send you a list of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last. I heard the DA's office. Can you just repeat the last sentence?
That it was handled by the DA's office.
And what was the ultimate result of that?
There different some individuals. Again, there were actually no CUNY members there. I can send you the breakdown of the resolution that happened in the campus.
Okay, you mentioned earlier by questioning from Chair Dinowitz that students who are engaged in protests that are crossing the line can be asked for ID. You mentioned you weren't sure how many students have been asked. I want to get a breakdown of that so we can get an understanding of that. You also mentioned in terms of the number of students arrested. You can't answer the number of CUNY students that have been arrested in protests so far related to this issue of anti-Semitism?
I don't have that information right now.
Okay, I will just say on a hearing that is on this topic, it's kind of shocking that you don't have that information. Again, we want that included in the letter that you're providing to the committee.
I just want to follow up on one of Councilmember Mendon's questions. To be clear, in the encampment, where they broke into administrative buildings and, according to testimony at a previous hearing, cost $3 million worth of damages, just to be very clear on what happened. That was testified at a previous hearing at City College, the administrative building. The testimony is that none of the students that were arrested or involved were CUNY students?
I mean, he's been working with the...
Okay, thank you.
A couple of things, because there's statements, and I want to bring this back to the report and to answer your question. The report is actually 138 pages, not 400. There are no findings in this report. There are observations. Moreover, the notion, and I implore this group of the city councilors to read pages 80 through 82. I've read this report a number of times by the Honorable John Lippman in his concept of the use of the definition of anti-Semitism as it's used publicly and recommended federally by two administrations, both Republican and Democrat. And to the judge's credit, he says this is a very complicated issue, which it is, and that we have to always remain cognizant as lawyers and as public servants and public officers of the rights of individuals. Now, with respect to your question about the Hasty Building, there are over 220, the Hasty Building at the City College of New York. And I'd want to add one other thing. There are campuses, and all of our campuses adhere to policies with dealing with masks, in the sense that we don't always arrest a student who doesn't comply. Students are asked to comply, and often if they don't comply by public safety, they're asked to leave. It is a privilege, not a right, to be on a public campus. You don't have a right to occupy this room. You have to abide by those rules. So to be clear, and it's not just public safety, and we're very proud of our public safety department and the people they work with in student affairs. Student affairs collaborates with public safety on campus when there are activities on campus. And to your question about time, place, and manner, the First Amendment is very clear. There's been no changes historically to time, place, and manner. What we do and what we try to do every year is re-educate campus council, CDOs, and presidents and deans as to how to exercise their judgment when it goes to student activities on a campus. This is nothing new. This is as old as the Supreme Court and the debate over free speech. And yes, we are concerned about how students occupy this space on our campus. This is nothing that requires, we are not, as a public agency, charged with the authority to redefine time, place, and manner. Is it appropriate? Are there
I couldn't
classes?
disagree. You know what? I want to interrupt you because I say this as someone who has practiced law for a very long time.
So have I.
I don't agree with what you're saying at all. As a university, you have the right, and Judge Lippman points it out in his report, to enact and enforce reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions.
Consistent
so this
with the
idea
law.
that
Consistent with the law.
Of course, consistent with the law. No one is suggesting that you violate the First Amendment. I don't think you have, because when I asked the chancellor for examples, you seem hard-pressed to be able to provide any examples. And I just find your testimony right now incredibly sanctimonious and disrespectful to this committee.
I apologize if it seems sanctimonious. I'm just trying to correct the record. But Chairman Dinowitz?
Right, well, there's not much correcting needing up here. Okay. And I would reference page 80 to 82 of the report, and I would note Judge Lippman, while he does not prescribe what definition to use, he does recognize multiple administrations, and the state of New York have recognized IHRA definition. Judge Lippman recognizes that there is a deep connection between the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and that it is important to recognize that. And so while your reading was that, well, Judge Lippman didn't tell us to do...
I didn't say that.
Well, it sounded from your testimony, like you said, well, Judge Lippman didn't prescribe a specific definition. He does state clearly you should have one, and it should be very clear to the students. And what I'm saying is there is a lot that is not clear. Despite what you may or may not put on the website, Judge Lippman does report that there are differences between different policies about where you report to things first, what different policies mean. So there are differences between your own policies. So whatever is on the website even conflicts with himself. That's according to the report. Chancellor?
Yeah. Well, I mean, on the definition, just say that it is on the portal consistent with the governor's proclamation and OCR, and it's been part of the training.
I would like to see the training, because I know you were also using a different definition of anti-Semitism, which many in the community have issues with. And so is your training Is the training public?
I mean, I can provide the information from the trainings, yes.
Yeah, those are sorts of things that also need to be publicly posted, because we need to be able to see the broad base of the Jewish community, also need to be able to comment on it and say, is this something that's actually helping? I'm going to turn it back over to Councilmember Vernikoff.
Chancellor, how many complaints were submitted to the portal?
So we send
You know?
that information in the summer to the council, so we can
Do
send
you
you.
know? Do you know
we
how
can
many
send you
complaints were
a-
submitted to the portal?
So-
We've been talking about the portal for 2 years now.
And so we have, I mean, the last count for the month of October, there are about 200 cases there for the system.
200 cases for October or 200 cases
Up
since
there,
the portal?
those are the combination of things that
Just
were
how many
submitted.
cases have been submitted to the portal since the portal has
Oh,
launched?
total of since the last 2 years, I don't know that. We can get you that information.
Approximately?
I
Okay.
don't know.
Do you know how many of
We
them?
have submitted to the council the last 2 summers that information.
Do you know how many of them were alleged to be complaints of anti-Semitism?
Not offhand.
You don't know. Do you know how many complaints were responded to from the portal?
So again, it varies from case to case on the campus. You can put something in the portal.
Do you know how many? Yes or no?
We can get you that information.
Okay. Do you know how many were substantiated?
We can get you that
You don't know.
information. I don't know that offhand.
Okay. Well, just to mention, Judge Lippman in his report said that the portal operates as a black box. And you'll hear from students that when they submit a complaint, and I think Councilmember Janowitz mentioned it, they don't get a response. So it's not that there's no review and answer as to what the, about the complaint. There's no response, period. They don't even get an email acknowledging that they submitted a complaint. So that needs to be changed immediately.
Yes.
Just to go back to the time, place, and manner restrictions, you mentioned that it is not acceptable or in compliance with school policy for students to block other students from entering classrooms or school buildings, correct?
That's part of the Henderson rules. Yes.
Okay, well, as you probably know, in CCNY, after October 7th, students experienced protests and rallies every week in the Rotunda, and they were blocked from getting to classes. There were complaints of students in yarmulkes trying to get to class that faced pro-Hamas slogans being hurled at them. How did you stop that, Chancellor?
Well, I'll go back to the president for CCNY about the specific case. I don't know that offhand.
It's very interesting because we actually reached out to 5 presidents to show up here today, and they all gave us similar responses. President Wolfboro College said, "I deeply appreciate the opportunity to engage in this critical issue. However, I must respectfully decline, noting that the agenda of the meeting pertains to system-wide concerns outlined in the Lippman report, and the CUNY chancellor will be testifying on behalf of the university." So the presidents are giving that opportunity to you, Chancellor, to testify as to what happens on every campus, and that's why they declined to be here today.
So the best information that I have on that, first, there was some confusion because the invites, I think, came to the presidents very late, last Thursday or Friday. There was some confusion, actually, because it was not something coming from the committee, so there was
notice for over a month about this hearing, Chancellor.
And they knew that I was testifying on behalf about the Lippman report.
How
and
will
the
you
system.
stop in the future incidents like I just described right now?
So again, you do that through a combination of things. Some of the investments we're doing in constructive dialogue and getting
You
people
will
to
stop
talk about-
students from blocking other students from coming into class by dialogue?
Well, so part of the work that we do here is education. What you hope, right, and what I'm sure you and I share, is that we have less of these situations happening on our campuses all out through New York City. Part of this work is education and being proactive. The other part of the equation, which I think is what you're.
So your answer is dialogue.
When they break the rules, right, that they are sort of accounted for, and the campuses are doing that when they get.
So when they
considered
break
that.
the rules, what happens to them?
There's an investigation to document that that's the case.
Can
and
you
then
give
the
me an
discipline.
example of when students were blocking other students from coming in and there was an investigation and consequences?
I can go back to the campus and get you examples. of
Because
that.
there isn't any. What happens if students damage or destroy property on campuses?
They are subject to the Henderson rules.
Give me an example of a situation where property was damaged and there were consequences for the students.
I mean, I have to go to the campus examples of that, so,
Property was damaged at CCNY, correct?
yes.
What happened to the students that damaged the property?
They were arrested and the DA sort of worked with them.
Well, aside from the DA, what did the city university?
They were students. Many
What
of
were
them
the
were not CUNY
consequences
students.
from the City
They were
University of New
They were
York?
not CUNY students, so the DA handled those cases.
None of them were CUNY students?
No, none were CUNY students, yes.
Amount of time?
I want to be clear, none of the students who broke into the Hasty building were students,
To the best of our knowledge, no, yes.
to the best you know?
Yes.
I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I know I'm the third member to ask this question, but just to clarify, $3 million of damage to a CUNY building was done, right? And the people who did this, not a single one of them was a student at CUNY?
So the people that were part of who went into the building, to the best of our knowledge, no.
You have a security problem, right? Were they faculty?
Well, at that point, they were part of a large encampment, so that many of them were not.
So
were
do you
not
just
members
let
of
anybody
CUNY.
onto your campuses just go do whatever they want?
No, we don't, and that's why we call in the police to clear the encampment.
The solution is after they've done the damage? Calling
Well,
the
again-
cops? It's private property. As the Vice Chancellor testified,
They-
presence on a...
they-
Chancellor, one second, I'm sorry, excuse me. As the Vice Chancellor testified, presence on a CUNY campus is a privilege, not a right. And,
It's not private property. What I meant by that.
but it is private property. It's government property.
I'm sorry.
First of all-
Wait,
sorry,
Councilmember Yeager, just make sure that your microphone's on if you're testifying, if you're sharing any information, so that it can be heard for the record. Thank you.
It's private property in the sense that it's owned by a government entity. It's not a street. In other words, you can't just walk on it because you feel like it. Otherwise, anybody can go anywhere. So it's not private property in the sense that it's owned by an individual, for sure, but it's college property, right?
So the property was broken when they broke into the building. At that point, our public safety officers pushed them out, arrested some of the individuals who went in, right? And then they handed it over to the NYPD and the DA for processing. The individuals who went in, upon further review, were not CUNY students.
Not a single one of them.
That's the best of my recollection. I can get you the listing.
Unbelievable. Okay. Well, you testified that there are 240,000 CUNY students and 40,000 employees at CUNY. Believe any of them are anti-Semites?
I don't know.
Let me help you out.
Yes.
I'm a member of the city council, 51 members here. I guarantee you there are anti-Semites on this council. I know them. So now I'm asking you, out of 280,000 people identified as being on a CUNY campus on any given moment between faculty and students, you're able to say that there are anti-Semites in your midst?
I don't know that I can tell you that with any certainty.
Okay. And that may be part of the problem, is because I think that it's widely known, I believe, you don't need me, I'm not an expert on it, that anti-Semitism is a pervasive problem in society today, and it didn't start on October 8th. And I know you know that, Chancellor, because we have had conversations. You know that. I mean, I know that you are allied with the Jewish community on this topic. So I'm surprised that the answer isn't just, well, of course we have anti-Semites on our campuses, but you know, that's just the way it is in society, and when they do something, we're going to go after them.
Well,
that would be a great answer.
As I mentioned in my testimony, you know, CUNY is not immune to the uptick in cases, and documented the many, many things that we've been doing in that space. And I began by sharing with you that when I became chancellor, even before the uptick of the cases, I came before the city council asking for funding that the council got me to be working on these issues, because I know how important they are and why you need to remain remain vigilant to be able to do all those things. So I have been part of this engagement since the day I became chancellor.
Chancellor, how much is the budget of CUNY a year?
It's about 4.2 billion.
4.2, how much?
Billion.
Billion with a B?
No, sorry. 4.2.
Billion with a B?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big budget.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I don't, $500,000 from the council, it's nice,
Now you get me
$425,000.
confused.
I'm asking you a question. The budget for CUNY, overall, all your campuses, the whole business, the whole
Yes.
shebang, all in?
4.2.
Billion?
Yes.
With a B?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Okay. You know, sometimes people hear million, and then they say, well, that's just
Yes.
a couple of million, not a big deal. Billion. Okay. So $500,000 here and there from the city council is not going to solve your problem with anti-Semites on your campuses, right?
Well, it's clearly an important part to do educational programming and to do the kinds of things to create a world in which we have a lot less anti-Semitism, yes.
Okay. Maybe if you started expelling the students who were committing anti-Semitic incidents against their fellow students, you wouldn't need extra money because they would be gone one by one until you've cleaned your ranks from the anti-Semites who are attacking, harassing, terrorizing Jewish students.
Thank you,
we,
Councilmember.
If we continue, I'm going to close out. If we continue to ignore it, the problem's not going to go away, and $500,000 from the city council is not going to get the anti-Semites off your campuses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There's appearing to be a bit of a pattern at this hearing. You know, we're interested in talking about the report, the way it's being implemented, but a lot of the information that we need in order to have those conversations is not readily available. But you testified, and it sounded weird when you said that none of the students, so none of the individuals in the encampments were CUNY students. Now, one of the recommendations, number 9, is to hold faculty and others accountable for violative conduct. Now, it references mostly speech, but I'm looking at an article, and it says of nearly 200 people arrested inside an administrative building and on the adjoining public streets, 54 were CUNY faculty or staff members, and 34 were students within the CUNY system, with eight directly affiliated with City College. So that's 88, and that's 88 more than 0.
Yep.
So I'm trying to find where the discrepancy is between the testimony that.
And we'll be more than happy to provide you those are early reports of individuals that were identified, and then upon further review of they were not really, or they have been former students, they were part of the system. So those were some of the issues with some of that information. I'd be more than happy to give you the finalized version of the arrest, and happy to give you that information.
It says those figures don't appear to include CUNY alumni who were also involved in demonstrations. So it was alumni and students and faculty. One of the recommendations in the report, number 9, is to hold faculty and others accountable for violative conduct. But it appears, based on this article and on your testimony, that as it relates to, I guess, the most visible instance of, we'll just call them problems on campus, and the height of it, destroying property, there are faculty and students are not being held accountable for violative conduct. Is that not accurate?
Well, I mean, again, when documented cases of student behavior, of staff behavior that cross the line and are investigated and adjudicated, if discipline is the outcome, we have done that. We have put students on probation. There have been students who've been kept from participating in clubs based on the things that they do. We can provide you examples from the campuses. Happy to do that in the case. On that breakdown of, we fully cooperated with NYPD and the DAs in prosecuting all those things. I'll be happy to give you the breakdown. There was a lot of misinformation in some of the early press reportings about who was and who wasn't part of CUNY.
But that means 100% of this, it was 100% of the students incorrect. So you're saying the article is completely wrong?
Yeah, again, none of the people that vandalized the building that were arrested for that were CUNY students.
Even though the article says 88 of them were? 44% of them were?
I don't know where the information came from that article. I'll be happy to give you the final breakdown, but also to your point, right? To your point, which is the most important point. When we have cases in which we have documented that students have crossed the line, that property has been vandalized, all those things, we have taken the action and we do that.
I think one of the challenges here, and I think, we're looking for solutions. We're looking for updates. This report has been out for roughly 2 months, but there are also things in it that we all knew beforehand. A number of these things weren't surprises. And it is, as Councilmember Menon said, it's a little shocking that today there is no information, data, related to a number of the elements of this report that we need in order to have a productive dialogue. Because we both want the same thing. We want a CUNY that is safe and welcoming for all students. And that's what we're here to talk about. Those conversations become very challenging when that data doesn't exist, or it exists rather, but it's not being shared, or you didn't come prepared with it. And so I know when I ask the question, well, how many students have been admonished, expelled, any sort of discipline for violating the Henderson rules, for acts of anti-Semitism? And the answer is, we'll get back to you. That's not appropriate for this hearing, for what we're trying to do together. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Bottcher for a question, and we've also been joined by Councilmember Brewer.
Good afternoon, Chancellor.
Good to see you.
Today, as we speak, there are young people in New York City and beyond, Jewish high school students who are, this time of year, a lot of them have decided whether they're going to go to college. Some of them are still in that process. Can you speak directly to the young people of New York City about your commitment to them as potential future students at CUNY, and about how seriously you take the issue of anti-Semitism, reiterate your commitment to keep them safe? I'd like to hear that from you very clearly and loudly for the young people of New York City.
Well, thank you for that opportunity, and that is my conviction. It is something that I've been working on since I've been chancellor in 2019. As I mentioned, even before the uptick in all these cases, I knew that, as my experience being the president in Queens College with a very large Jewish population, a large Muslim population too, that you need to be proactive in fighting anti-Semitism and hate. And I came to the council, and the council was supportive in getting funding to be able to do the programming that we know helps to build bridges. I took half of my presidency in 2022 to Israel to make a very, very bold statement about our commitment to working with institutions in Israel, working with universities, working with cultural institutions. So we were not going to be part of any boycott. It was not just a statement, it was a visit, and we have follow up on some of the leads of that visit. I created a Jewish Advisory Council to precisely be able to get the best feedback on doing these things. We work very closely with JCRC, UGA on safety issues, with Hillel to show the commitment. I have met with many of the students from the Hillels, had a meeting with them in the central office, have visited a number of them on the campuses to be able to show them how important these issues are, and the many things that we've been doing on this university. So thank you for the opportunity to allow me to reiterate that, not just to prospective students, but students who are currently in the system.
Is combating anti-Semitism one of your top priorities as chancellor?
Absolutely.
Do you commit to doing more as chancellor?
It's one of the things that it's right in front of the testimony. It is ongoing work, absolutely.
Thank you.
I want to go back to, thank you, Councilmember Botcher, and it is a really important conversation because we know what college is and should be. It's a place where students should be asking what kind of academics are they going to get, what type of clubs, what type of community they're going to find, and too often it is our Jewish students who are asking simply, am I going to be safe? And we want to get away from that. We want the same thing. I want to ask again about number 9 is holding faculty and others accountable for violative conduct. And I want to talk a little bit about what happens in the classroom, because there are reports that professors are sharing, at best, a one-sided dialogue, which is contrary to what you want, which is constructive dialogue of various opposing opinions. Additionally, a lot of these incidents are happening in classes that wouldn't otherwise have anything to do with anything in a foreign country, where in a fiction literature class or an economics class that has a syllabus that outlines what will be taught, they're bringing in speakers about what's going on in the Middle East. Does that violate any rule or conduct, or do faculty members have free rein to teach whatever they want day to day?
No, I mean, the faculty have academic freedom within their specialty and the class that they're teaching. They're these experts on that matter. All the guidance on academic freedom, both from our university, if you even go to the professional faculty associations, are very clear about that. We sent guidance about that at the beginning of the semester, centrally on the campuses, sort of reminding faculty of that.
So what happens when a professor, adjunct or full-time professor, a math professor engages in that sort of behavior, begins talking about Zionism, anti-Zionism, and brings in speakers about those topics? I would think that's clearly outside of the purview of a mathematics professor. And what I'm hearing you say is it is not within their sort of free speech guidelines. Is that?
Again, they have academic freedom where they're taught when they are teaching their class, which is their expertise based on the syllabi.
So if it veers from the syllabus to a degree that it's totally outside of their subject area, what happens then? What recourse does a student have, and what steps does CUNY take to either remind that professor of what their professional responsibilities are to our students, and what recourse do they have to discipline faculty who are in repeated violation of that?
So again, clearly, somebody in that class will have to sort of file a report, and you will have to go through an investigation to validate whether that is accurate or not, right? And that is the first course of due process. If it is indeed found, it will depend also on the circumstances, right? If it's something that just happened once and you talk to the faculty member, you provide them guidance, and it doesn't happen again, I mean, that is one example. If it's something that is ongoing behavior, then you're allowed to discipline that faculty member in accordance to the collective bargaining agreement. One of the things that, and this is why we began also working with this constructive dialogue engagement, is that we heard from faculty that they wanted better tools to be able to talk about different things as they come up in the classroom, right? And they might come up in different disciplines because students might feel the need to talk about some of those things. What is the proper way for them to channel those conversations and to give them tools to be able to engage in a constructive way that helps people have more understanding.
Right, and I think we did ask before about what that constructive dialogue training looks like. And I would say, as a former teacher myself, of course there were moments when difficult topics come up and you want to talk about them. What we're actually talking about is repeated, what sound like, according to you, violations of faculty professional responsibilities. How many professors at CUNY have been disciplined for such behaviors?
I don't know.
Again, Chancellor, respectfully,
Yes.
Again, you being here is important for all the students that are watching, all the students here. But again, it's not just your presence here, it's about the policies, and it is critical that we have data and information to talk about this. Because what I would love nothing more, I would love to be able to tell the students, you know what? When a professor violates policies, when a student violates policies, they're disciplined. The other professors who aren't, they got the best training on the planet. And that was all due to CUNY being responsible. I cannot say that. No one here can say that. No one in New York City could say that because we don't have the information. And so we're asking questions about holding faculty accountable, and we don't even know if it's done. But we know it's happening. We know that it's happening because students have shared with us that it's happening. When that happens, you said a report needs to be filed. Is that done on the portal?
It can be done in the portal, yes.
It can be done in the portal. And as part of the new portal, will that be an option for the new portal?
Absolutely.
And again, you don't have a timeline for when the new portal is up and running. I just want to.
I mean, again, based on the procurement, we think that by the summer it should be up and running. It depends on the procurement process. Now we have the added suggestion by Councilmember Menon about doing something expedited. So we'll look into that, and maybe it will happen faster.
Yes, and I do have very smart colleagues who have great ideas. And you've done emergency contracts before. You've done emergency contracts for security, correct?
With yes.
Yes, so it's not outside of the bounds when, this is an emergency. This is happening every day. It's impacting the lives of the students that you and I both care about. Did emergency procurement for safety officers in the case of another encampment, as Councilmember Menon suggested, we can have the same process for simple security cameras. But we can also have the same process to ensure that students can report this. Of course, there are, again, I will repeat it, a number of hurdles right now that we don't even know what we're talking about because we don't have the data and the information, which is data that we should expect to have because it's the same story, same underlying issue. When there are issues, students should know that they are heard and that their needs are being addressed. And throughout CUNY, they don't know. Whether it's another student, faculty member, violative of conduct, they don't know. And so you're testifying today that you do have a process for holding faculty accountable if they go outside of the bounds of their syllabus. What sorts of evidence is required for that sort of to hold faculty and others accountable for that violative conduct?
Well, again, you will have to, it'll be basically a conversation of what happens in that classroom, right? That as you mentioned, is a class about subject X, and we've gone into in a conversation that Bureau topic that there was no sense of providing balanced perspective on the things being discussed. I mean, those are some of the things that would be used in that case.
Okay, thank you. I'm going back to Councilmember Menon.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So I just want to review some of the questions that you are not able to answer today, because I do think it is outrageous that when we're having this hearing on such an important topic, that the most rudimentary questions you've been unable to answer. I'm just going to summarize a few of them. How many complaints to the portal? How many students had to show ID at protests? How many students have been arrested for this conduct? How many faculty have been disciplined? So these are all questions that this panel has asked that you cannot provide answers to.
And I say, we'll get you the information, yes.
It's just wholly unsatisfactory. It's not enough just to show up. I mean, we really need, the whole point of today is to get answers and to have actionable items. So one question that I do have that I'm hoping you can provide an answer to is that in Judge Lippman's cover letter to Governor Hochul dated September 23rd, I'm just going to read part of the letter, he mentions a disturbing video that surfaced, and this is a direct quote, of protesters harassing Jewish Baruch College freshmen that were attending a welcome event sponsored by the Hillel organization at a local kosher restaurant. And then he goes on to say that reports have surfaced that it was students at Baruch who not only launched these protests, but also, quote, appeared to have threatened the students with violence. What has been the conduct and consequences for those students that were involved in this?
So that is close, that investigation is close to being finished, right? Let me make a couple of things clear, right? Part of the investigation was whether there were actually students who were part of that conduct there, right? That needs to be something that needs to be determined by the investigation. The investigation is also something in which we're relying with the support of the district attorney's office because it didn't happen on our campus, right? So we don't have any, if it happened right in front of Baruch, we'll have some of our personnel there that be able to sort of have video or information that can be helpful towards the investigation. So that is in its closing.
And this is an investigation that the school, the university is doing?
Yes. And there's an additional investigation that the DA is doing of the people out there because it was not on the campus premise. It was outside the restaurant.
Okay, it's now been 2 months since these incidents occurred. What is taking so long?
It is a complex investigation, in part because we depend a lot on the resources and the support from the DA and other entities that are not just us.
And you will be publicizing the results of this investigation when it's concluded?
Well, I think we have to let people know. We have to be careful against to protect privacy and things of that nature, but to the extent that we can, absolutely.
You can obviously protect student privacy, but yet also let students and the public writ large know the results of an investigation. Those two things are not incompatible at all.
We are in agreement.
Okay, so you will be releasing.
Yes.
You will be releasing that.
Yeah.
In my remaining time, I also want to, in addition to the long laundry list of things that we are now insisting that you provide to this committee by the end of the week, I want to add that you send a letter. And this relates to questioning that Chair Dinowitz did in the beginning, to diversity officers at all the campuses to require them to notify students of the results of these investigations. You mentioned that the diversity officers at each school had responsibility for that. Have you provided a letter to all of them to request that they are communicating with students on the results?
Yeah, and I've told that also in the meeting with the president.
And then my last question is, on September 23rd, Judge Lippman issued his report. What was your official response to Governor Hochul and to Judge Lippman and to the public?
Well, we welcome the recommendations from the judge. As I mentioned in my testimony, we've been working on a number of the recommendations even before the judge issued the report. So we've been hard at work on those recommendations.
So all I saw was a press release. I saw that you all issued a press release. I have not seen any official correspondence to the governor, to Judge Lippman, to the city council, to any public entity other than a press release.
Well, as opposed to doing press releases, we've been working on the training, all the things that the judge, many of the things that were there, we've been doing the training to the CDOs, to the personnel that does all the investigation.
I just think, with all due respect, that a press release is a wholly inadequate response to the seriousness of Judge Lippman's report.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Brewer now for her first round of questions.
Sorry, I just came from Jessica Tish's inauguration at the police department. It's a big deal for me and for everybody. My question is, when students apply for college these coming months, I know a lot of my friends, parents, and students are applying now, and they are concerned as parents about sending students as Jewish families where they're not comfortable. In fact, I've heard this over and over in the last few weeks. The students may want to go, but the parents don't want them to go because they don't want them at 17 to be exposed. So my question to you is, how are you handling that issue? I know that, to the credit, there are more students now at CUNY, but I am worried that students hearing about some of these issues, Jewish students, will not be applying to CUNY. How are you handling that?
Well, thank you for that question. We've been working very closely, particularly with the Hillels, who've been traditionally, at Queens College. It's been a great way to recruit students and do that. And to your point, and some of the points that have been made by some of your council members here, clearly there's been a lot of anti-Semitic incidents and things that give worry to parents and to students. But when you also talk to some of the students, they do share some of their concerns. But I've also been talking to many of them, and they say that they're having a good experience, that part of their Jewish identity in life is being part of the Hillels and the Shabbats in some of the campuses. So we're sending that message too. I know some of the colleges, Queens College, for example, produced an entire brochure that was geared towards Jewish students to be helping with the recruitment. Some of the campuses have done that. So we've been in that outreach campaign.
Could we get a copy of those brochures sent to the committee?
I certainly
Because it would
would.
seem to me that every campus should be doing that, not just Queens College. Is there a university-wide effort along those lines?
We've been working with some in our efforts to, in the same College Now model that we have, we've been also doing some outreach to yeshivas to sort of do a similar model, sort of having some early college there too. So there's been some outreach efforts there too, but I'll get you the materials from Queens College.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. Recommendation number 12, I just want to briefly touch on it. It says recruit and hire to foster inclusiveness. So it sounds like, based on Councilmember Brewer's questions, you are recruiting from different populations, different targets. Is CUNY reevaluating its faculty recruitment and hiring process in order to ensure it recruits and hires those who will encourage and promote inclusivity, constructive dialogue, and tolerance?
So one of the things that in the constructive dialogue initiative that we mentioned, it came in part from the faculty who were saying, you bring me in as a historian, you bring me in based on my field expertise, I may or may not have all the tools to be able to navigate some of the polarizing situations in the classroom. Can you provide additional tools for us to be able to do a better job in that space? So that constructive dialogue initiative is in part a way for us to get faculty and train the training in the faculty so that we can be bringing faculty that are more skilled at navigating some of the polarizing situations that we face in the classroom.
But you can choose hiring in part based on, say, past actions. If a faculty member has in the past made very divisive comments or done very divisive things, that can be a consideration in hiring?
Yes, and we'd be happy to take any recommendations from the committee on that front.
Well, I think it's also recommendation in the report. So it isn't just the training, which I do want to talk about in a sec, but it is also the recruitment in the first place. Recruiting people is when you are hiring on staff. I mean, is that part of the conversation? Is that part of the interview about the inclusiveness element that they're going to bring to the CUNY community?
So I think most of the hiring is based on the curricular expertise of the individuals that are being hired. That's the way that our sort of civil service law and selection process, the things that are the criteria for the selection of the candidates.
Right, but I don't imagine you would hire, even if they have a PhD, a member of the KKK, for example. Would you? I mean, you would consider that element of their background in whether or not that person's appropriate to be teaching students, whether someone with that really, really fringe perspective, no?
Again, their hiring process is based on the academic criteria on the individuals. There's some things that are disqualifying as somebody who might have been with some kind of record in the past, but those are the ways in which the hiring process is done.
What are disqualifying elements of someone's candidacy for a job?
I mean, again, it's basically, I think a prior record and conviction might be something. I have to sort of double check on some of those.
I think that might be fine in New York City.
HR components, but again,
we banned the box a few years ago. But so what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that a person who's a member of a white supremacist organization could actually, it's actually acceptable to take them, or you can't take that into consideration.
You cannot take that into consideration.
You cannot take that into consideration. even violent proclivities, if they've participated in rallies that have been chanting for calls to harm people, if they were in, let's say, I don't know, a rally that said, Jews will not replace us, Jews will not replace us, which is what we saw roughly 8 years ago. Is that not acceptable to consider that when making hiring decisions?
So I don't know that.
I'm talking about Charlotte. I'm using the example of Charlottesville,
I
but
think we have to be careful
sure.
and very clear about tenure and promotion in higher education.
Okay.
I don't think anyone has asked their political view, what God they pray to, or their background. They look at their scholarship, the merit and weight of that. I think that's what all institutions of higher education pride themselves in. And it's a very dangerous, slippery slope and rabbit hole to go down, to suggest that we look at one's political positions to the extent that they are reflected in their great weight of their scholarship. Most institutions pride themselves on that. Obviously, character matters, and if someone is unfit, I doubt they would make it to a final review of a faculty selection committee for various reasons.
A statement like Jews will not replace us, that's you consider a political statement?
You're making a hypothetical. I think.
Well, no, it's not hypothetical. They said that. They said it at the rally. I wouldn't say that. That's something that they were saying at this rally, but I'm using it as an example. If someone were chanting that, I just want to know CUNY's policy. Is CUNY allowed to, is that viewed of by CUNY as a political statement? And is a statement like that not disqualifying for the recommendation, number 12, to foster inclusivity? Someone who has chanted in the past, they don't want to be inclusive of everyone.
I think the best answer to your question, Chairman, is to make sure that the selection of every faculty meets the highest standards of our mission. And I think that is true of this university. And I don't think anyone at this university seeks to find or looks to find ways to hire people who do not meet the academic criteria and scholarship that is required to teach at the City University of New York.
I'm saying in addition to academic criteria. I think it's obviously a no-brainer that the professors we hire, we want them to be the best. Our students deserve nothing more. But I'm talking about recommendation 12. I just want to read, if CUNY is going to create an environment of tolerance and respect, it must examine its faculty recruitment and hiring process and ensure that it recruits and hires those who will encourage and promote inclusivity, constructive dialogue, and tolerance. And by the answer, it just sounds to me that if someone who was marching in Charlottesville chanting Jews will not replace us, it seems you're being very careful about saying whether or not that is or is not disqualifying.
So we are looking, that is a recommendation that we're looking from an HR and legal about, what are the limits, and it's not as clear cut as, and I think that's why you will see that the judge's recommendation is very cautious, right, in what they're recommending, because they know that there's a fine line in many of these things. Where do you get that information? At times in some of the searches, we're limited in terms of what sources of information we can get from the candidates. So we are exploring what maneuvering room we have to be able to, sort of live to that, bringing the highest level candidates back. So that's something that we're exploring based on existing law and HR.
Okay. I appreciate that you're looking at it, and I understand there are legal ramifications, and those two answers were different. Just know that those two answers that we just received as testimony were different. Now, this is recommendation number 12, when you're looking at what is your timeline, or have you provided a deadline as chancellor to legal for making the recommendation?
So to be candid, we've been prioritizing the portal, we've been prioritizing the policy review, some of the other items in the report.
Thank you. I want to look at number 3, and then I'll go back to my colleagues for questions. As stated in the report, what does this is about providing additional resources to victims of anti-Semitism and discrimination through establishment of a victims advocate program. Now, of course, you mentioned in previous testimony earlier today, talking to victims, my response was, we can't just look at the victim, we do have to look at discipline. But I do actually want to explore the victim advocate for a sec. What does CUNY currently provide for victims of hate crimes or discrimination, acts of bias?
So those support system can come from either the chief diversity officer who's working with the individual in the case that's being investigated. If they're students, it'd be through the Office of Student Affairs that provides support for the students. In many of those cases, the mental health and those kinds of supports are housed in Student Affairs. If they're faculty and staff, obviously that'd be an HR function on our campuses. So we have a number of those spaces where the support for victims is done. And again, these are very novel recommendation from Lippman. It will probably require additional resources to be able to do this, and we're thinking as to, for example, is that something that requires either a presence on every campus, can be done globally, so we're exploring that, but we probably need additional resources to do any kind of configuration based if you did exactly what the report said.
Well, I mean, you may say it's not a novel recommendation, but it is one that's obviously necessary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been recommended. It wouldn't have been the third recommendation. If a student reports to the portal, we've talked about how they're now going to get immediate feedback, updates. Do they also get information about victim services?
Yes, because when they go to the CDO, depending on the case, they will be able to, if there's a situation, for example, in some of the campuses, they have issue no contact between students while the investigation is happening, very similar to things that are done, for example, in potential cases of sexual abuse. So all those things are done as a result of that engagement when you file the complaint with the CDO.
Well, when I file the complaint through the portal, right? Because that should be the first step. It should be clear they're doing through the portal. But I just, because if I'm reporting something, regardless of whether it's substantiated, regardless of whether the CDO thinks it needs an investigation, a student had an experience, and I guess I just want to know through the portal, are they provided with the detail, with the resources?
Sometimes the portal says anonymous.
Right.
Right. So once in the portal, the team at the campus reaches out to that student, right? Independent of whether there's a complaint filed or not, right? Depending on what they're talking about, they will be provided assistance and support.
Even if it's anonymous, is information provided? Here are the services available for you.
I guess they will contact back the person to that email that was anonymous and provide, yes.
Vice Chancellor says yes.
If I may, Chair.
Just make sure your
Yes,
mic's
of
on.
course.
Very good. Okay.
The Vice President of
Well, I just want to be clear, nothing's of course. That's why we're asking questions,
Well,
but please.
Fair enough, Chair. When an incident occurs on campus, regardless if it's reported anonymously or by a student, our Vice Presidents for Student Affairs reach out to their students immediately. And they try to provide opportunities for them to connect and quiet places for them to talk about the issues and get support. If it's an anonymous, obviously there's no respondent or complainant to talk to. However, our Vice President for Student Affairs create safe spaces for students to talk about an issue that has impacted their activities while they're attending one of our campuses. It's not ignored. If it's a specific complaint, and that's happened, and I would caution us from talking about specific incidences, but students are reached out to, whether it's Title IX, Title VII, or Title VI, and offered opportunities for support. That's our responsibility as a fiduciary, as an institution.
Right, but I think we've established that just because it's a responsibility doesn't mean it's effectively being done. And that's, again, why the report exists. It's a report I think none of us wish had to exist, but it does because there are gaps in a number of areas. And I'm just a little confused. So you're talking about if there's an incident, the entire campus is notified, or an individual may have individual outreach from a chief diversity officer. But I'm thinking, I go to a Google form and I answer anonymously. Google form says you filled out your survey, and I can say, for more information, click here. I can have that be the response. I guess I'm asking, so if a student goes in the portal, are they immediately provided with with locations and resources of victim advocate services, even if they apply file anonymously.
I am sure that the CDO reaches out and says, if you have this issue, I know that you're doing it anonymously, but here's some things, here's some offices you can go to, and try to encourage the student to engage.
Well, if it's anonymous, how do they reach out?
Well, if you don't provide an information for us to contact you back, right? The question is moot. But you might be anonymous, but you might have sent an email or some contact, but you want your name to remain anonymous, right? So in that sense, you can reach out to that address and say, you have this issue, just in case, here's some things, here's some people on campus you can come talk to.
I'll shorten it, that regardless of whether someone shares their name or not, as a response to filling out the form and clicking submit, the victim services should be provided, the contact information for them, because a student may decide to be anonymous now, they may need victim services, and they may decide at a later date to contact them.
Absolutely.
It doesn't sound like that's the policy now, and it should be. According to the report, students are currently not all getting the support they need. And the report calls for a more robust victim advocate services. So will CUNY establish the victim advocate program called for in the report?
So again, we're looking into whether that is something that is going to be a separate entity or can be done through the existing parts of the campuses. It will probably require additional resources too, so it's some of the things that we're exploring.
But I would assume that guidance and training would be centrally done by CUNY, not by each individual campus.
Guidance and training.
For victim advocate services. Well, really for everything. That's one of the other underlying elements of the report
that's part of the work that the Center for Inclusive Excellence will be doing. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Councilmember Vernikoff.
Chancellor, it was clear from your testimony that you did not, in fact, set in place time, place, and manner restrictions. So my question is, will you commit today to setting time, place, and manner restrictions as advised in the Lippman report?
So they exist on the campuses. So I have a different perspective from what you're saying in your answer. The campuses have sent guidance to the community about how those things play out in every campus.
My colleague asked you, I'm sorry, Chancellor, for interrupting. My colleague asked you for specifics, and you were not able to answer.
Because they vary from campus to campus. Doesn't mean that they don't exist.
So it has not been centralized? Is that what you're saying?
Because it's different from campus to campus, yes.
Can you provide in writing what those time, place, and manner restrictions are?
I can send the communications to the campuses, absolutely.
Okay. Will you commit to banning masks?
Again, our belief is that with people identifying themselves with that rule in the Henderson rules, we're able to identify anybody who might be behaving in an inappropriate way on the campus.
Will you commit today to banning masks? Yes or no?
Again, it's something that we thought about. We don't think
will
there's a
you
need.
Today commit to banning masks?
So far, we think that there's no need for that. That
so
the Henderson rules allows us to identify people who might be misbehaving.
It's a no. So on page 13 of the report, I just want to make it clear, Judge Lippman makes it very clear, concealing one's identity during protests can have significant safety implications and should be dealt with expeditiously and with clarity before they disrupt other students' education and campus life. Do you want to change that answer, Chancellor?
Again, if there's an individual who's masked or doing things that are breaking the campus rules, the campus can identify that student by asking them for ID and to identify themselves.
That's a no. So let me ask you a question. If you have faculty members that are hired to teach English, for example, but they come into a classroom and teach gym, what happens to those faculty members?
Well, I mean, if the students who are in that class, if you're talking about a faculty member who's teaching ineffectively, the students would be the first line of defense. Maybe some colleagues will identify that, and then the corrective actions will be taken.
I don't understand the answer. What happens to faculty members who are hired to teach English, but they come in and teach gym?
Well, I don't.
You start exercising.
So if you're hired to teach a class and you're teaching something different and you're not doing what you're contractually obligated, there'll be discipline to you, which can lead to initial discipline or termination.
Okay. So then what happens to faculty members who come in to teach math and science, but end up espousing their political views and indoctrinating students with anti-Israel propaganda? Is it the same standard?
If any faculty member, as I discussed with Councilmember Dinowitz, is hired to teach a class about a certain subject and they go and they veer off the subject and the students complain about that, an investigation is launched to be able to see whether that is actually factually correct, and discipline can be provided to that faculty member.
Okay, so there have been multiple reports of faculty members during their classrooms when they're supposed to teach math and science. In fact, Judge Lippman talks about that in his report, are indoctrinating students with anti-Israel propaganda. Have you suspended or fired any faculty member for doing that?
If those cases have been submitted to a formal complaint and the investigation has been done, then the
Has it
discipline-
happened?
I don't have the answer of that.
You make $670,000, but you don't seem to have many answers today. That is unacceptable, Chancellor. I have a couple more questions. A John Jay student posted a story on Instagram saying we need Hitler again. Why do they feel comfortable posting such rhetoric on their social media?
It's reprehensible, so the answer also baffles me.
Well, is it accurate then to say that there's been a hostile environment created by the school that encourages them to be able to post such vile rhetoric?
I think that we're working in a very polarizing environment that is not just something that is peculiar to the campuses. Look around where the country is, look around where we are with the political discourse. Social media also allows individuals to, at times, express themselves really with no restrictions. And we're seeing all that not just in higher ed, but across society.
All right, thank you, Councilmember
No,
Vernikoff.
just one last question.
Okay, one last question,
Chancellor-
Councilmember Vernikoff, and then moving on to Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you. Chancellor, you said in your opening statement, and Judge Lippman mentions it in his report, that the majority of students just want to come to school to get an education. They're not looking to create chaos. They're not looking to get engaged in protests, right? Is that correct?
Yes?
Okay, so why is it that you are afraid to deal with the minority of the pro-jihadi students that are running your campuses and the radical professors that are teaching your classrooms?
Well, I don't accept the premise of your question. We're not supporting that when we have documentation of,
I didn't say you were
of events
supporting
that are crossing the line. We take action.
So I think that we should be more afraid of the incoming administration that promised to defund and take away accreditation from any universities that don't deal with anti-Semitism on their campuses. And I look forward to working with that administration to highlight the issues at City University of New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff, and finally, Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Earlier, I asked about expulsions and terminations, and you weren't able to give a number. It was with respect to a particular type of incident. The chairman asked more generally about discipline. Those answers you don't seem to have here today, and I guess that's okay. There are people here who work at CUNY, and I'm hopeful maybe they can call back at the office and get those answers. But if not, can you put that information in the letter that Councilwoman Menon asked for?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor. Talked about masks at protests before, and I understand that you're not able to say today that you would commit to instituting a policy against wearing masks on campuses. But let me ask this question. What legitimate purpose would there be in a group of students standing around yelling, screaming about whatever it is that they're upset about that day, all wearing masks? Is there a legitimate purpose
Again,
that you can imagine?
It's a hypothetical. I mean, students wear different things for different reasons. For fashion statements, it might be also to hide their identity. At the end of the day, if they engage in behavior that is inappropriate, we have the tools to be able to engage with them and say, identify yourself and face the consequence.
But standing around and protesting or marching or occupying a particular area of a campus, building or field or grass or whatever, wearing a mask in and of itself is not disturbing behavior, is not inappropriate behavior? What do they need to do? They need to burn something down? What do they need to do? They need to get somebody up?
They need to break some of the rules on the campus, destroy property, block.
Wouldn't it inure to the public safety of all the students and faculty and people who are present on CUNY campuses to have a rule that says, don't cover your face on our campuses? You can't get onto a plane with your face all covered. You got to show yourself who you are. It's got to match your ID. You can't just walk around wherever. I can't walk in here all covered up and the security doesn't know who I am. They won't let me in the building.
We have ways, to be in the building. It means that you went through security and identify yourself,
But Chancellor, if you're causing trouble and you're showing up at a protest and yelling and doing...
If you're causing trouble and you're one of our students, and you have to identify yourself if you're inside the campus.
But the chair already established that the identification process is meaningless because public safety walks up and says, you have ID, and the guy says, sure, I have ID right here. Here's my face, and then puts the mask back up, and the security guy says, thank you very much, have a great day.
No, if they're engaged in inappropriate conduct, public safety will make the arrest or the kind of disciplinary or disperse the crowd.
But apparently on CUNY campuses, it's not inappropriate conduct to stand about and say things like, no Jews here, and shut down the Hillel, and terrorist Jews this, and Jews go away, and Jew, because that's like a thing that's happening on CUNY campuses. Let's not pretend, at least for this conversation, that that's not what's happening. So that in and of itself, covering the face, lends to the hiding their identity. And you could just make a rule saying no face covers, have a great day, stop, no more doing that. And I think that you have 240,000 people on your campuses who are students, 40,000 who are employees. Yeah, that's the size of cities in this country. One rule would stop that behavior.
Well, I don't know that the rule will stop the behavior.
Sure it would. You know why? Because may I answer? I'm sorry, but the clock is going and the chair is getting antsy at me. So, of course it would stop the behavior, because the follow-up to that is you do it, you violated the rule, and as Vice Chancellor said earlier, it's a privilege to be on the campus. You're out of here. No more coming back on the campus. You're expelled from the school. If you're a professor, if you're a teacher, if you're a custodian, if you are what you no longer have employment here. You're gone. That would be the consequence.
And if you're misbehaving and you're wearing a mask or wearing a cap or whatever it is, we have the mechanisms to be able to know who you are.
But Chancellor, the mechanism is a guy with zero authority walks up and says, do you have one of those plastic cards they gave you at orientation? And the guy says, I got it right here. And he says, okay, great, no problem.
With all due respect, our public safety officers take their job very seriously.
I'm sure they do, but they're not.
When the students are crossing the line, they take the appropriate action.
Without hearing that any of these guys, students, are being expelled from these campuses to keep safe the remainder of the CUNY family, there's no assurance that any of that ask for the card means anything. We just, the concept of creating these rules within the guide of Henderson, by the way, there's no question that Henderson would allow you to make such a rule. You just have to make the rule so people know. People have to know what rule they're violating. Right now, when they walk around wearing masks, they're just violating the rules of society where you shouldn't look like an idiot in public. But they're not violating anything else until you say, on my campus, you can't dress like that. And then if they do it, you throw them out. That solves the problem. And that removes an element of, as my colleague calls, the junior jihadis, from being in the presence of normal society, calling for the death and destruction of Jewish people. And it would be good for CUNY to do that, because it's a $4.2 billion enterprise predominantly paid for by the taxpayers, not by student tuition. It's paid for by the people who are funding this government, and they want to know why an organization with a budget that size, that represents a budget that's larger than many states in this nation, are not able to keep the children of them safe. The parents are paying for this. And they want to know why, as Councilwoman Brewer asked earlier, should we send our kids to CUNY schools? They're making choices. It's customer choice. They're voting with their feet. If we're going to keep this institution meaning something, you have to get rid of the bad element. So that's not a question, that's just a statement, but thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. Just a few more points, and then that ends this section. But I do want to read one thing from the report in continuation of that. You had intimated that the individual school or university will take care of whatever issue there is. I just want to read one part. It says, presidents and deans of colleges should not be left without central guidance on how to best deal with these types of issues, referring to safety and concealment of identities, safety on campus, concealing identities, which have safety implications. Presidents and deans of college should not be left without central guidance on how to best deal with these types of issues, including the appropriate scope of content-neutral time, place, and manner restrictions on expressive conduct. In addition, there must be clear guidance related to issues of vandalism and destruction of property on CUNY campuses. So in contrast to what you testified before about how each individual school would take care of it, can you abide by the recommendation of Judge Lippman that there is more central guidance on how to deal with issues of safety, identity concealment, and instructions for school campus safety officers?
So that is, first, the training for all the peace officers is centralized. So that's something that we do. All the training of the peace officer is done by the central office. It's not done by the campuses. So a lot of the guidance that is providing and the training on the things mentioned there are things that are done centrally.
But the guidance for things like masking, I know we've been talking a lot about masking, but it's just one element of what safety looks like. Is that guidance and those decisions provided centrally?
On safety matters, we provide central guidance to the campuses, yes.
Well, I'm a little confused. So why it would be a recommendation where it says presidents and deans of college should not be left without central guidance, that sort of in the report, that sort of implies that it is. So, I mean, it's okay to say you disagree, but just say you disagree with the report.
We provide, particularly in public safety, the training and the guidance is something that is heavily centralized. Campuses also, since they have a different configuration in terms of the layout of the campus, they might do additional training pertaining if you're more vertical campus or things of that nature, but it's centralized.
And one other, we have different faces. We received information that the safety officers who are hired, that emergency safety officers, there was a complaint that they did not receive the proper training. Can you comment on that?
That the
safety officers during the encampments, they were increased security, but they were not trained. They were, according to this, untrained and unprofessional contract security officers to supplement the trained peace officers. So
if those are under contract, they do training based on the company that employs them. And then when they come to us, they receive some training about our rules on our campuses and the expectations of them when they're with us in the campus.
So while we support the emergency contract, you need to get things done very quickly, the only training they would have received was from the company that's being hired, no additional training or information?
No, they get some training when they come to us, right? But it's not the same training as our peace officers who've been through an academy and with us being for longer.
And the company you hired doesn't have any of the same guidelines that they're prepared in the event. And now that you have a contract with them, which is, I think, longer term than just we immediately need this. That's long. You've allocated a certain amount of money for a certain number of hours. The contract wasn't filled. They didn't do whatever was 3 weeks, 24/7. During that time, is there any additional training that takes place?
Well, one of the things that, and what we also wanted to bring additional people is by the president of the campus, right, and being part of the meetings with public safety and all of that, they get to know the students and know the campus and be more readily, to be ready to deal with any circumstance.
Thank you. I want to go back very quickly to one other thing. About number 12, recruit and foster to hire for inclusiveness. Just very quickly, that also means, I imagine, hiring a diverse workforce. You spoke briefly about recruiting Jewish students, and when we talk about diversity, we want people of all backgrounds in the room. We've heard complaints in my office that there are no Jewish presidents, advisors, vice chancellors, things like that. Can you just talk a little bit about that, please?
Well, again, candidly, I don't know where that information comes from, right? I mean, speaking from memory, 4 of our campus presidents are Jewish. I'm not going to out or mention names. I don't think that that'll be appropriate. There's at least 3 or 4 members of my cabinet. Some of the people that I hire initially are also Jewish, so I have really no idea where that information is coming from.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
And thank you for allowing me to clarify, because it's been one of those things that has been out there with no basis on reality.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And so just to wrap up, what do you think are the most important immediate next steps CUNY is taking to combat anti-Semitism and discrimination per the report?
Well, I think the centralizing of the training and working with the cases to the Center for Inclusive Excellence is one of our top priorities. That's going to address many of the key recommendations from the Lippman report. The upgrading of the portal with the new system, I think, will give us a lot of nimbleness and responsiveness and transparency, which people have been asking for, and that's, I think, a very important part of the of our work in this process. I also think that the emphasis on the not just, let's say, punitive side of what do you do when people break the rules, which is important, but also the how do you build a campus climate that is having less anti-Semitism and constructive dialogue is another important part of what we're trying to do. The policy review, we've had the engagement with the Hillel that provide us some feedback. We have the judge now, so we should be ready to finalize that in the next semester. So those, I think, will be the most important things from the report.
Thank you. And I do want to, I guess, concur that education is a critical element of all this. We didn't spend a lot of time on that aspect today, but to be truthful, one of the biggest deficits that we've found are the clear guidelines, the consequences, and discipline. Because we're aware of some of the efforts you're making, although there's a lot more to do. Chancellor and Vice Chancellors, I want to thank you for coming today. I know you know how important this issue is. The existence of this report in the first place, the existence of the request by Governor Hochul, the attendance of a number of students here and online, watching online, is indicative of how important this is. But as I said earlier, knowing how important something is, caring about it, is not the same as implementing policies that ensure the safety of our students and ensure that they are welcomed on all campuses. I wish that during today's hearing we could have gotten more data. We could have gotten more information. Because the goal of today was to address certain issues, certain problems based on the report. And I think we did that, but I think we would have been much better served with data, information, concrete examples. And so, as Councilmember Manning suggested, we will be sending a letter. We look forward to some of that data information about number of suspensions, about times where students who have engaged or faculty have engaged in certain activities. And there have been meaningful responses from CUNY administrators, both on the individual campus and central. And of course, we'll be following up on all the elements of this, including things like the portal, including guidance from CUNY administration to individual colleges, including guidance about how anti-Semitism is even defined. Thank you again. We will take a 10-minute break. I encourage you to stay to listen to some of the students' testimonies and to spend time talking to the students. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Again, we are here to discuss, this is a committee on higher education, about CUNY's response to the Lippman report. The first panel, and if I mispronounce anyone's names, I apologize. Kira Kepitz, Christopher Kolos, Julius, maybe you'll share your last name with us, Aiden Hertzlinger, and that's it for the first panel. You can come up to the dais. The witness table. Aiden? Julius? No?
I'm Aiden.
Okay. Christopher and Kira. Okay, thank you. We'll begin with Kira.
Good morning, or afternoon at this point, and thank you, Chair Dinowitz and all the council members for coming, and thank you to the Chancellor of CUNY, although he does not seem to be staying for our testimonies. My name is Kira. I go to John Jay. For the first year and a half of being there, I noticed how passionate the students and faculty and staff were about advocating for everyone, and especially minorities. However, too many anti-Semitic incidents have taken place at school to say that this passion applies to Jewish students on campus. Students protest inside the building and have allowed speakers who have vile views on Israel and spread anti-Semitic rhetoric, and our club, the Hillel Club, has been targeted. During my spring semester of last year, I enrolled in a victimology course where the professor brought guest speakers. These speakers were here to apply different frameworks on the war in Israel. However, both speakers, a pro-Hamas person and a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, a radical anti-Israel group, were of the same mind. Israel, and sometimes even the hostages, were the words they used, are the oppressor, and Hamas and the Palestinians are victims. I sat there in disbelief as all the things they had to say, horrible about the Jewish people. Claiming that Zionism is a political ideology that conceals its crimes and confuses people, that all Israelis and Jews are armed to the teeth, and that October 7th was an act of desperation by Hamas. I spoke to the professor afterwards and expressed my concern for the lack of an opposing narrative and how the class was only given the chance to learn about half of the war. In return, he continued to only share his narrative and gaslight what I had to say. After 2 hours, he gave me a solution. I could stand up in front of the class and present my narrative of the war or bring a speaker, but he made it clear that he was not going to represent anything else other than his biased narrative. He told me that he was teaching the reality of the future, meaning his narrative, where Hamas and Palestinians had a successful resistance. It's not my job to provide lessons to the class, but I was able to bring Professor Bratman to teach the other side to the war. Unfortunately, my professor clapped back, interrupted, and even laughed at Professor Bratman on anything he had to say. The class was unable to ask questions, and it was a very uncomfortable situation.
Next, please wrap it up. Time.
Yes. Throughout the Lippman report, we see that in recommendation 9, like you discussed before, that hold faculty and others accountable for violative conduct. I think this professor needs to be held responsible, and CUNY needs to take responsible. We did report this professor, although nothing has been done, and he was able to bring these speakers into class. It was uncomfortable, and in the future, we need to see that these professors are being taken action against, and that they're being held accountable for their biased views in a classroom.
When you said nothing's done, did you get no response or feedback or communication from CUNY when you made the complaint?
I've spoken to the chancellor about this and many other people, and Professor Batman was the one who filed the report. And I don't know personally what the result was, other than that it was freedom of speech.
Okay, thank you. Aiden? And I forgot to say one thing. Please state your name before your testimony for the record.
My name is Aiden Herzlinger. I am a sophomore at Baruch College and the vice president of our Hillel. I love Baruch College, but that doesn't excuse the administration's failure to properly protect its Jewish students. On September 3rd, Baruch Students for Justice in Palestine, which is not a chartered club, in collaboration with Baruch Middle East North Africa Society, which is a chartered club, held a protest in the Klivnerfield Plaza between the main building and library. That same night, Hillel had a new student dinner at an off-campus kosher restaurant. The same protesters that began their protest at the plaza went to the restaurant and stood at the entrance and proceeded to harass, intimidate, and threaten Jewish students. The protesters were heard shouting, "All Zionists are racist," as well as threats like, "You ain't going home tonight." A protester even shouted at a visibly Jewish couple, quote, "Where's Hirsch, you ugly ass bitch? Go bring them home," end quote, in regards to Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who was murdered by Hamas a few days earlier. Additionally, one of our Hillel staff members was assaulted by a protester. What makes the situation even more jarring is that the Hillel Instagram was stalked, and these protesters found out about the dinner through one of our posts and planned in advance to follow our students there. And I want to emphasize that this was a premeditated protest. On September 11th, Baruch SJP posted to their Instagram page a response to the Baruch administration's condemnation of that protest. In their response, they publicly labeled me a genocide enabler, stating that it was, quote, "an off-campus event that was hosting a dinner for genocide enablers like Ilya Brotman, who's the executive director of our Hillel, Maya Homa and Sasha Ravnaya, who are both Hillel staff members, and Aiden Herzlinger," end quote. They publicly labeled me a genocide enabler simply because I called out the anti-Semitism of their protest. In Judge Lippman's report, one of the recommendations that is made is to increase consideration of the relationship between Israel and the Jewish people when adjudicating whether conduct constitutes anti-Semitism. Merely abiding by this recommendation could have prevented the incidents I just spoke about altogether. I am not here to demand special treatment. All I ask is that Jewish students are treated with the same respect and dignity that any other student would be granted. The recommendations that Judge Lippman states in the report can be achieved within legal boundaries, but CUNY and its administration should act on them instead of stand by and do nothing. If they choose to do nothing, let me remind them that there are no innocent bystanders in the fight against hate. If you stand by and do nothing, you are complicit.
Thank you very much. I do want to read something first before you continue. That wasn't it. I want to remind members of the public during this public testimony portion, this is a formal government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness tables are reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with a Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, CUNY's response to the Lippman report. And just in that vein, I do want to thank the first two speakers for referencing the report, which is what this hearing is about. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy to the Sergeant-at-Arms. I'll now call on Christopher.
Thank you very much. And my name is Christopher Kolos. I'm a junior at Baruch College. I want to go back about a year when our Hillel offered me an opportunity to go on a non-CUNY related volunteer trip to Israel. In January, my classmates and I went on this trip, and it turned out to be a very meaningful trip for us. Our return from this trip back to school was something of a nightmare. SJP, Mina, and many individuals took it upon themselves to spread photos of us around CUNY schools, calling us all the names and telling people to watch out for us. We stepped back onto campus, knowing that every student from this trip now had a target on their back. Walking through the hallways, sitting in our classes, and even entering the buildings, no one felt safe. I understood that we cannot control what others think and say about us. I came to understand that my safety at school could not be guaranteed, which is something that is controllable and something no student should feel. Excuse me. Over time, this sense of a lack of safety spread from the few of us to many, if not most, Jewish students at CUNY. In Judge Lippman's fourth recommendation, to coordinate at all times with law enforcement to protect everyone at CUNY, he states that although CUNY has numerous effective rules and processes related to safety, it must still strive to improve. Not only does this apply to the problem of encampments Judge Lippman was talking about, but all measures of public safety, such as officers, video monitoring, and entry security. Students have been asking for an increase in security for months, with our requests mainly falling on deaf ears or tied hands. I am here now to ask that CUNY be pushed to increase, fix, and upgrade the security of our campuses. In a time of heightened tensions caused by various worldwide events and opinions, we need to ensure the protection of all students and staff across CUNY campuses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Menon.
First of all, I really want to thank the three of you for coming today and for all the students who have taken the time to be here and the courage to be here to tell your story. We really deeply appreciate it. Question for Aiden. What has the communication, if any, been with the university in regards to the incident you mentioned? Have you heard any follow-up from the university?
I haven't heard any follow-up. The most I've received is to go to mental health counseling. I'm not really interested in that. I'm not a snowflake.
So their recommendation was for you to go to mental health counseling?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the question that I have for you, Kira, is really better for Ilya. So I will ask my question to him. Thank you again. Thank you for sharing. I know it's not easy. I know you've been here for a number of hours, but thank you for sharing.
May I add one more thing?
You may.
Real quick. We met with the chancellor, a number of students from CUNY, Jewish students from CUNY, about a month and a half ago. And he mentioned that he met with us. And in the meeting, instead of trying to frame it around anti-Semitism and the issues we're dealing with on campus, he tried to shy away from that issue and talk about what CUNY can do to help us with our careers. Now, I'm very interested in my career, but I can't focus on my career when I have to focus on fighting anti-Semitism on my campus.
Exactly. Thank you.
But can I ask one follow-up? Was there any implicit suggestion then that because you have been outspoken, all of you, and talked about the experiences, that would have any kind of detrimental impact on your career?
No, there was nothing spoken
Okay,
about that.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be calling the next panel. You may go back.
Thank you.
You know, they don't give penmanship classes in college. That would make my life a lot easier. It's I went to CUNY. Well, my penmanship's terrible, so maybe that's it. Maya Gavriel, Maya G. Eli Moran. You can step up when it's time. And that'll... Kayla Aaron, and Audrey Rogers. I called 4 people. Audrey? Okay, never mind. You may begin. Please state your name for the record. We'll start from left to right. Well, my left to your right.
My name is Eli Marone. I go to Baruch College.
You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dinowitz, members of the committee, and council. Thank you for holding this important hearing and allowing Jewish students to stand up for themselves. Chancellor Matos Rodrigo should be here now. My name is Eli Marone. I'm a senior at Baruch College. Like many, my story highlights the urgent need to implement the Lippman report recommendations immediately. As a graduate of a Wiesenthal Center program, I'm aware of the potential consequences my testimony may have on campus, but I choose to stand up for the truth regardless. I'm an Israeli American. October 7th was deeply personal for me. I posted on Instagram to spread awareness about my friend, Dvir Barazani, who lost his life at 20 years old while fighting for the Israeli Defense Force. A mutual friend, Omer Nutra, who's being held hostage in Gaza today. My close college friends betrayed me with comments such as, "What did you expect to happen? Why is this different from when people in Gaza die? And Jews have absolutely no right to be in Palestine," attempting to gaslight me into feeling guilty for grieving for my friends. There was no shared grief. Baruch became so hostile that one day my coach grabbed my and my friend's Jewish star necklace, instructing us to remove it for our protection. This same school that told me to take off my Jewish star was fully aware of the hostile environment and yet did nothing, even after I reported that a team captain had physically threatened me solely for being Israeli. I walked to and from school in fear of being attacked, while CUNY failed to act. Instead of offering resources or guidance on reporting the incident to higher authorities, the coach told me to let it go and that we are all family. This highlights the harm caused by inadequate training for students and faculty on addressing Jew hatred and persistently hostile campus environments. This is the reality that Jewish students face. We should not have to choose between our safety and our right to express our identity. The CUNY has a legal obligation to ensure that we don't have to. I urge CUNY to prioritize implementing the recommendations of the Lippman report, including better training for handling incidents of Jewish hatred and more robust accountability systems. Every student deserves to feel safe, respected, both on and off campus when within their teams. Thank you for listening to my story and commitment for making CUNY a safer and more inclusive place for everyone.
Thanks. Thanks for speeding up after you heard the bell. Appreciate that. Maya?
Thank you. Honorable members of the City Council, I'd like to begin by thanking Councilman Dinowitz for inviting the Chancellor to come and hear our community, although he is not here at the moment. My name is Maya Gavriel, and I join you as a student from Baruch College, and I'm seeking protection and justice for the Jewish population on the CUNY campuses, who, like me, have been constantly subjected to harassment and hate with little to no accountability. The Lippman report recommends that CUNY ensures that all its staff, especially the chief diversity officers, understand and follow the legal definition of anti-Semitism. I'm here today to ask you to help make that recommendation a reality by formally adopting IRA as the definition of anti-Semitism at CUNY. Being a student that has personally experienced forms of anti-Semitism, where students have openly targeted me with harmful stereotypes and excluded me because of my Israeli background, I know the frustration of being ignored when incidents get reported. I saw no reprimand for these actions and was left feeling invisible and unsupported by my administration. The lack of clear, universally accepted guidelines for identifying anti-Semitism allowed for this harassment to go unchecked. The IRA definition would provide CUNY with a comprehensive, clear framework to identify anti-Semitism in all its forms, whether in speech, action, or written content. It would ensure that all members of the CUNY community, from administration down to the student body, have a shared understanding of what constitutes anti-Semitism and that there are firm policies in place to address it. The IRA definition acknowledges the criticism of Israel, and that criticism of Israel is not inherently anti-Semitic, but offers guidance on what crosses the line into anti-Semitism. This distinction is especially important in the context of debates on campus regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Schools like Brooklyn College, City, Pace, and others have already endorsed this, and I think that we can too. I urge you to support the formal adoption.
So well, why don't you testify, and then I'll go back to a question about that. State your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Chairman Dinowitz and members of the committee. I am inspired and impressed by your knowledge and care for the issue. Thank you to the governor for commissioning this report and Judge Lippman for writing it. I applaud the chancellor and his office as well as...
Can you state your name? Can you state your name for the record?
Yeah. Kayla Aaron. Thank you. I applaud the chancellor and his office as well as Baruch administration for taking initial steps to look out for Jewish students and suspend certain clubs on campus. However, it's not proven to be enough. My name is Kayla Aaron. I'm a delegate in the CUNY University Student Senate, representing Baruch and over 230,000 CUNY students. I am the only student on the Chancellor's Advisory Council on Jewish Life, and I've worked tirelessly over the past 4 years to make the campus environment more welcoming to Jewish students. Believe me when I say that this report was overdue. Anti-Semitism has been an issue on campus for many years before the atrocities of October 7th, and the increased hatred that we as Jewish students faced after. I had a professor say to me in front of the whole class, "I knew you controlled the world," after I helped him put the projector screen back into place. The current discrimination filing systems were not even in place at the time of this incident, and still complaints filed on October 8th of 2023 have not been answered by the appropriate Baruch campus offices. I've seen many Instagram accounts for different school clubs, even sanctioned ones, that receive student activity fee money, post anti-Semitic flyers, and praises for Hamas. The university system's digital space is a dangerous no man's land without responsibility or punishment. It's abhorrent to me that I am forced to fund through my tuition the very organizations that are calling for the murder of my Jewish brothers and sisters. This attitude directly impacts our campus environment, where students led a protest against Hillel and Jewish students on the Baruch Plaza. Blocking the doors to the Newman Vertical Campus and the library building, these students called for violence against Jewish students. Regarding the welcoming dinner, I personally confirmed the identities of 2 students to the Dean of Students, Art King, after they posted on their own social medias that they had attended this rally.
Thank you. I do want to note, now while the Chancellor is not here, I'll repeat what I said. I do think it's meaningful that he's here. He was here. We do have 3 representatives from CUNY, including a Vice Chancellor, in the back. So CUNY is well represented here, and I want to be fair in that regard. And of course, they're going to be reporting back to the Chancellor. Maya, I have a question for you. The report sort of clearly states the judge's opinion that IRA kind of makes the most sense, but he doesn't want to prescribe any definition that sort of CUNY has to develop. But you're sort of going farther than that. You're saying affirmatively CUNY should absolutely adopt the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. Can you talk a little more about that, please?
Yeah, 100%. I think if we don't adopt a formal definition, how are we supposed to say you just targeted this Jew, you committed an anti-Semitic act with no framework? I think it's kind of ridiculous to say, yeah, like we should see that this is anti-Semitic, but not define it. And I think that this specific definition works the best. I mean, it's a working definition, but because it resonates with most of the community, and I think it covers most of what is globally recognized as an anti-Semitic incident.
Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Aaron, did you file a complaint with the administration about the professor that made that comment? I knew you people control the world.
Yes, I did.
Whatever happened with that?
The complaint was only responded to after I went in person to the office. Even so, it took a long time to hear anything back from the office.
What is a long time?
I would say about a month.
Even acknowledging that your complaint had been received?
Correct.
Did you use the portal?
It was pre-portal.
Pre-portal. Okay. And since that, how long ago was this?
This was in the fall of 2022.
So now, have you ever heard if the professor had been disciplined, fired?
The professor was only removed after allegations of sexual misconduct.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not anti-Semitism, I guess. That's not a big deal. Ms. For the gentleman, you said that you had filed complaints as well, right?
I had spoken to my coach.
Oh, you spoke to your coach, but
He was aware of the incident.
The coach was the one who grabbed the necklace and said,
Yes.
"Don't wear it," and you spoke to the person who did it. But did you file a complaint against that person, or?
I wasn't aware of any reporting system. I wasn't made aware. I had spoken to my coach about this, and he knew of the incident for months and hadn't approached me about it. And when I came to him, there was no one made me aware of the reporting mechanisms that were in place. So, and even if they were anonymous, I'm not interested, because on a small team, it's very obvious who it is.
Right.
And there was no me and him in a room to rectify the situation. I still feel intimidated every time I see this individual on campus and other individuals.
Sounds like that speaks to the need to have more staff members trained and engaged, because a staff member should have stepped in, especially, you want to raise it to the level of a complaint. It's as anonymous as it may be. On a small team, you're not anonymous.
Exactly.
Right?
Just, if I may,
Councilmember Yeager.
Mr. Chairman. In Baruch, just anecdotally, at least seems to be a little bit of a hotbed relative to the other campuses in the CUNY system. Do you know of other students who, A, had anti-Semitic incidents perpetrated against them, and B, followed through with a complaint? Do you know of any complaint that ever resulted in the expulsion of a student or the firing of a professor?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you to this panel. I'll be calling the next panel. Sarah Ader from JCRC, Michael Cohen from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, Ilya Brotman from Hillel, Avi Posnick from Stand With Us. Thank you. As a reminder, please state your name for the record, and we'll start on my left with Mr. Posnick. Just give us 1 second. Begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz and the New York City Council Higher Ed Committee and all the members of the Council who are here for convening this hearing. My name is Avi Posnick, and I'm the Northeast Regional Director for Stand With Us, an international education organization that empowers students to fight anti-Semitism. We have, of course, been following the developments at CUNY over the years and are grateful for the work of Judge Lippman. There have been a number of initiatives that the Chancellor has supported meant to fight anti-Semitism, and we need to support and build upon those. CUNY itself has said that they will work to implement the judge's recommendations, and we thank the CUNY Chancellor for that. However, as the report has said, there is still more work to be done. And as you will hear, and as you've heard already from some of the students here today, there is one recommendation among the many recommendations that I think should all be implemented, but one I'd like to focus on because of an issue that we've seen reoccurring, and members of the Council have already alluded to that. Recommendation 9 talks about holding faculty and others accountable for violative conduct. We agree with the judge who said students and faculty must be permitted to exercise their First Amendment rights fully and without restriction. And faculty must be free to challenge students even if that means exposing them to uncomfortable concepts. However, when students or faculty, including tenured faculty, violate CUNY's policies and procedures or otherwise engage in anti-Semitic conduct or conduct that creates an unsafe environment at CUNY, they must be held accountable. We encourage CUNY to update, clarify, and make clear policies regarding student groups using their official campus names and social media accounts, promoting activities that intimidate students and others, even those that are just outside the campus gates, as we've heard before. Professors who join these protests intimidating Jewish students walking past. The right to freedom of speech and protest must be upheld, but we believe there needs to be clarification regarding the use of official CUNY names and accounts and the role of a professor who is supposed to be a role model and influence of students. Thank you again, and we look forward to continuing to work with CUNY, this committee, and all of our partners to protect Jewish students on campus.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen?
Thank you, Chair Dinowitz and members of the committee. My name is Michael Cohen, and I serve as the Eastern Director of the Simon Wiesenthal Center. The center is a premier Jewish human rights organization that confronts anti-Semitism and promotes an understanding of the Holocaust in both historic and contemporary contexts. In that role, I was also appointed to serve as a founding board member of the CUNY Chancellor's Jewish Advisory Board, and have served in that body since its establishment in July of 2023. In these dual roles, I've had the unique vantage point to observe both the experiences and emotions of Jewish students attending CUNY, as well as the administration's efforts to meet those challenges. Governor Hochul's actions in establishing the Lippman Commission was welcomed as a positive step in demonstrating that our government officials need to take anti-Semitism seriously on our public college campuses, and we thank her for that leadership. We also do want to recognize that both that anti-Semitism on CUNY's college campuses did not begin on October 7th, as was demonstrated by the repeated incidents at CUNY Law School graduations. However, we must at the same time acknowledge Chancellor Rodriguez's recognition of that stark reality as a subsequent development of the Chancellor's Jewish Advisory Board to ensure that both he and his administration can garner a real-time understanding of the issues at play and be advised by Jewish leadership on the substantive actions that are necessary to make CUNY's Jewish students feel safe again. As in my testimony at the hearings held here approximately a year and a half ago, I want to restate that I myself am a CUNY graduate, as is my wife, my mother-in-law, my brother-in-law, my sister, my father. We are a CUNY family. My testimony here should not be viewed as wanting to attack CUNY, but rather to make certain that my children and their generation can have the same opportunities that I had, and that at a time of unprecedented anti-Semitism on our college campuses nationally, that CUNY once again can become a safe haven for all, including its Jewish students. While CUNY's administration has made efforts in that area, it is equally of little doubt that Jewish students and faculty continue to both feel threatened and be threatened. We understand that CUNY is a large bureaucracy and that institutional change takes time, but when the first student is made to feel unsafe or unwelcome on our public college campuses, we are out of time. Today, we will hear CUNY students bravely speaking about their experiences and how the recommendations of the Lippman report need to be implemented. We must have the deepest regard for these students, as by testifying here, they understand the increased challenges that they will be facing on campus, and we applaud each and every one of them. The Lippman report is critical not merely because it officially documents what we already know all too well about Jewish students on campus, but that it lists concrete recommendations to start to alter the realities on the ground. The Simon Wiesenthal Center believes that the enactment of these recommendations needs a hard and fast timeline. Our children cannot wait in fear any longer as we deliberate. The Lippman Commission was that deliberation. It is time for implementation. I do believe Chancellor Rodriguez has demonstrated that he cares about the welfare of Jewish students, but we need now more than ever for this report to directly result in clear and decisive and prompt action. The Simon Wiesenthal Center stands here ready and willing to help in any way possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Dinowitz and members of the Higher Education Committee. I am Dr. Sarah Fredman-Ader, Vice President of Israel and Jewish Affairs at the Jewish Community Relations Council of New York. On behalf of JCRC, which is the primary community relations entity for the Jewish people in the metropolitan New York area, we thank you for the opportunity to testify concerning Judge Lippman's report and the City University of New York's response. Judge Lippman's report identifies CUNY's decentralized approach to the handling of anti-Semitism and discrimination as an issue that requires immediate remedy. While we commend CUNY's plan to establish the Center for Inclusive Excellence and Belonging, centralizing oversight and procedures cannot wait for this center to become operational. The current system, where each campus independently investigates and judges similar incidents, severely undermines equal protection, fairness, and confidence in CUNY's response to adequately handle these types of occurrences. In light of Judge Lippman's report, JCRC recommends that CUNY needs immediate resources to implement uniform, centralized investigation protocols, training standards, complaint reporting systems, and oversight mechanisms. We urge the City Council to provide CUNY the resources to establish these centralized systems now. CUNY's 25 institutions must operate under one coherent framework when addressing hate and bias. Justice demands equal treatment, regardless of which campus a student attends. JCRC stands ready to support CUNY and the City Council in this vital work of creating one coherent framework for addressing hate and bias across the entire system. We want to thank the committee and Chair Dinowitz again for convening this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz and the members of the committee. And we thank Chancellor for being here, but we're upset that he's not here to listen to these testimonies. My name is Ilya Bratman. I am the Hill Director of 9 campuses in Manhattan. 3 of them are in the CUNY system, Baruch City and John Jay. This semester, we have seen some of the worst conditions and incidents for our students as certain agitators, haters, antagonists, and criminals continue to intimidate, harass, threaten, and terrorize Jewish and Zionist students across our campuses. We cannot continue to fight this onslaught of hostility if we do not define anti-Semitism and clearly delineate the types of cases that cross the line. As per Judge Lippman's suggestions, we cannot provide more guidance and increase consideration without defining anti-Semitism. The vagueness of the current conversation at CUNY allows for immense confusion around this issue and disables any ability to adjudicate these incidents. It defangs the instruments available to the investigators and promotes continued lawlessness for the few hateful and desperate agitators. How can we hold faculty accountable to their conduct in the classroom if our policies and definitions aren't clear and widely distributed and accepted? The faculty continue to indoctrinate the young, impressionable minds of our students to believe in a vision and fanatical fantasy of the Middle East that's devoid of historical concepts and truths and filled with flawed, unscholarly analysis without the evidence necessary for honest conversations on campus. If we acquiesce to the report's finding that anti-Semitism is not widespread and is concentrated within a small group of hateful agitators and aggressors, then we should be easily able to address this issue by restraining these few disruptors fully and effectively, eradicating evil and unacceptable conduct from the classrooms, hallways, plazas, and all spaces on our campuses, and create an environment that's conducive to education and promotion of our great ideals and historic precedent at CUNY. Thank you so much, and I hope we can get to answer some questions.
All right, you really practiced those 2 minutes. I'm very, very pleased. All right. And by the way, Michael, I didn't know we were competing about number of family members at CUNY. My dad, my sister, my wife, me, all CUNY graduates. I still think you are winning in that department. But one of the things I know your organizations do very well in your own ways is sort of cross-cultural discussions, difficult conversations, bringing different communities together. CUNY has spoken about some of the initiatives they've implemented, and there's more work to do. Can any of the 4 of you either speak commentary about the work being done, positive or negative, and any more work that needs to be done in that area? Ilya?
Yes, absolutely. So I was going to talk about the training and the dialogue that has been tried to be done on campuses that has failed terribly. The training that they bring on campus is often done by the New York City Commission for Human Rights, which purposefully in its training on anti-Semitism takes Israel out of the conversation completely. We just had this training at City College last week and at John Jay last semester, and this training absolutely takes the current conditions and climate for our students away from them, and this allows them to even feel that they're represented in the room. And when we present our dismay about this type of training, they say this is the greatest training that they can offer. We are absolutely desperate to have training that's accepted by all at our campuses. In terms of dialogue, there are very few programs that are actually working for students for certain. There are some for faculty which are not great, and they do not support the programs that we do on campus ourselves. Hillels are forced to do interfaith and intergroup dialogue on their own without the support of our campuses.
Wow. And interestingly, I think what you said with the CCHR training relates to the definition, and as Judge Lippman says in his report, that for many Jewish people, there is a relationship there. There is an emotional relationship between Israel and Judaism, separate and apart from the actions of an individual government. And I think even just people being trained and knowing that is an important element to this type of training. Sarah?
And I just want to add that while anti-Semitism is its own unique issue, which needs to be addressed directly and not hidden in larger conversations of constructive dialogue, Jews are not the only group that has been experiencing Title VI violations. And strengthening Title VI processes throughout CUNY will help all sorts of students, including, for example, Asian American students who in the wake of COVID have experienced increased Title VI violations on campus. This benefits really the entire student body.
Right, the Title VI violations did not, with CUNY, they went into that agreement, was not just against Jewish students. I believe Muslim, Palestinian students were included in there as well, correct?
Absolutely.
And as you mentioned, we know there's been increased, especially after COVID, increased hate crimes against our Asian American brothers and sisters as well.
I think one of the things that the report says that needs to be concentrated on is the centralization of power and decision making. Because right now, what you're looking at is even if the chancellor says something, there's 24 colleges which have to deliberate and have an implementation, as we heard today. We don't really know what implementation looks like. We don't know what timelines look like on any of these matters. And I think part of that is I know the Board of Trustees of CUNY is trying to talk about centralization, but that needs to happen, because how do we hold anybody accountable for violating these kinds of things? How do we hold anybody accountable for not implementing if the answer is going to be, well, there are 25 different people to go after? I think that centralization needs to happen fast, because in order to be able to implement the recommendations of the Lippman report, in order to keep Jewish students safe, there has to be a measure of accountability, but we have to give people the power to implement what needs to be implemented, so this way we can hold them accountable in that instance.
Right, and I think as Sarah pointed out, the impetus for this report was anti-Semitism. The biggest spike in hate crimes across the city, across the country, has been against the Jewish community. This has been an issue plaguing students, but the benefits are really for all students. Really strengthening Title VI, central guidance, support services really are something that's going to benefit every single student facing discrimination or civil rights violation. I think it's really important to highlight.
I would also just add, when we talk about centralization, is making the clarifications and the policies as widely known as possible and as publicly known, so that there is no ambiguity about what's okay, what's not okay, what crosses the line, and what doesn't cross the line.
Councilmember Vernikoff.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bratman, can you talk a little bit about the complaints you filed via the portal?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Vernikov. So we filed in the past 2 years many dozens of complaints, and the process obviously has been incredibly delayed. Often we do not hear from the DEI's office, that's who investigates these complaints on our campuses, for many months. The example would say at City College, where we filed a couple dozen complaints last December, January, after October 7th. After our initial meeting, we didn't hear from them again till August about any of the adjudication or any of the results from our complaints, just to hear that they found none of our complaints measurable to be adjudicated. The complaint that Aiden spoke about that we filed on September 3rd, it's been 70, 80 days, and there has been no adjudication towards that, even though, as Kayla Aaron said, we have submitted the names to both the college and the DA's office of the actual individuals who threatened us at the restaurant, and these students are still walking around on campus, and we see them every day without any repercussions. So all of our campuses deal with the same problem. When we say to them, why is it taking you so long? The answer is we're overwhelmed. There's too many complaints, and we're not able to adjudicate it in time, even though they themselves have a 60-day timeline in which they have to have completed their response and have adjudicated the incident.
So how long does it take for them to even respond if they do?
Depends on the campus. Sometimes for many months at Baruch College, we had a very long delay for last year, as we had so many complaints. Hundreds filed by our students and myself, and so they had very deep delays. I only heard from the DEI office in June when we sat together and we actually went over every complaint that I filed throughout the year at once. Which was so ridiculous because the complaints were filed throughout the year, and we only were able to sit together in June to discuss them.
Thank you. Do you have any idea why that's happening, why there's such a delay?
I can only claim incompetence and then a level of overwhelming nature of their work. I could agree maybe that they are overwhelmed, but that's not a problem of mine. And so if they are not able to deal with our complaints in a timely manner, then they should just acknowledge that, and then the whole portal doesn't seem to work and has lost the trust of the students. A student would not now file a complaint if they know that nothing's going to happen and no one is going to even get back to them for months.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about your interactions with the chief diversity officers?
My personal interaction has been, it depends on the school, because I work on the 3 CUNY schools. Some of it has been very negative because they tend to feel that we are attacking them with these complaints, that we are constantly bombarding their office with these complaints, which we are...
Is that what they said to you?
That's what they said to me, and that was very difficult for us to handle. And if I am trying to put as many complaints as possible into the system, just for them to know, they often say that these complaints are just, they're not, we can't do anything about it, so why are you filing them? And we say, to educate you about what's going on campus, right? And that's not what they're looking for. And I understand that there's usually just one person to do all of the complaints, including all discrimination, and I understand that. But that system is flawed not because of me. And so we, as students and faculty and staff, are trying to educate them about the current climate, and if they're not able to adjudicate or deal with this, then it's their problem.
Thank you.
Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, were you present at Baruch's Hillel on the day that the incident that the chair was talking about earlier today?
Yes, I was present at all of the incidents at Baruch College.
And on that day, did you notify CUNY safety, public safety?
Absolutely.
What was their response when they arrived?
They often arrive and they deal with the situation to say there's 2 different things that they tell us. One is there's a big discrepancy about where is city property and where is us, right? Where does it the city start and where is the public, like the school? They don't know the exact location, and so there's some feet that is still Baruch College and other is not. So that becomes a problem for them to define exact, and that's the time, place, and manner story that we always talk about.
When the people who were in front of the Hillel that day, were they covering their faces?
Absolutely.
Did you notice if the public safety people asked them for ID?
Absolutely not. And that's been the biggest time, place, and manner negation, right? They say, or they maybe claim that that was the rule that they changed. And by the way, that's the biggest problem that I heard from today's testimony from our friends at CUNY, who said that they can't change time, place, and manner restrictions, but they did do it. The City College itself put in new time, place, and manner restrictions, and so did Brooklyn College, and we know that multiple times they haven't been able to actually address these changes. For example, last week in Brooklyn College, at the donor reception, these agitators came inside the campus, inside the donor reception, yelled and screamed at the donors and folks who were there.
The donor reception at Hillel?
At the college itself, together with Hillel.
Was it in the Hillel house?
Not in the Hillel house, in the actual
on campus. On
campus, in the building, and they screamed. And the president was there. They screamed all the obscenities at the people in their faces. And when folks asked them, the public safety, what are you going to do? They asked these people to leave. These people said, no, we're not leaving. And then we asked, what are you going to do? And they said, I guess nothing. Right?
Were they students?
There were students and faculty and staff. You have to show ID to get into the building, so they were somehow.
And were they covering their faces?
Some were covering their faces, some weren't. There's lots of video of it.
Did you notice if the public safety officers approached them and asked them for ID?
Did not ask them for ID, and at the end, when we asked, and our friends asked them to leave, they didn't make them leave because they said it's not something we're going to do. We're not comfortable asking them to leave and to start trouble.
Okay, just one last question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman mentioned earlier the chants that were being yelled outside the Hillel house at Baruch that day, but I'm wondering during this panel, just to get it on the record, you tell me the chants that you heard that day outside the Baruch?
Absolutely.
Hillel.
So they chanted directly at me. I wore my Baruch swag. Baruch Hillel, go to hell.
Sorry, say
Baruch Hillel, go to hell is their big chant. They screamed at me personally, Ilya Bratman, go to hell. Ilya Bratman is complicit with genocide. Ilya Bratman, you're not going home tonight. They screamed all of those things directly at me as well.
You're not complicit with genocide, are you?
Sometimes, not every day.
You did go home that night.
I did go home that night.
So I guess
the police officers were there, and they, they were present in big numbers. I asked them why.
Councilmember Yeager,
I'm going to wrap up.
The chair
wants
wrap
the
up.
mic
We
back.
have a number of other people who want to testify today.
How
I
many?
also want to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. I'll be calling the next panel. Vaughn Del Valle, Gideon Askowitz, Kristen Kiernan, and Corey Edens. Okay. Thank you. Gideon, you may begin, and as a reminder to all panelists, please state your name for the record. Please make sure your microphone's on. The red light will...
There? Okay.
Much better.
Hi, my name is Gideon Askowitz. I want to briefly talk about my personal experience and then segue into some responses to the testimony of the Chancellor. My personal experiences with discrimination at Hunter College definitely corroborate a lot of the findings of Judge Lippman. Specifically, although I have suffered many instances, in my freshman year, I was prevented from being accepted to a fellowship that partners with CUNY because I am Sabbath observant. Hunter College was made aware of the event, and I had met with the chief diversity officer at Hunter College, who basically tried to stop me from pursuing the matter at all, as were members of the higher-ups within CUNY, who are actually in the room right now. Given that experience, I'd like to respond to some of the things that we're looking at in the Lippman report. Judge Lippman recognized that the training that is currently offered is inadequate for the chief diversity officers. And as we heard from the chancellor, those are the people who are responsible for investigating these matters on our campuses. However, Lippman also wrote that he's, quote, concerned that chief diversity officers at individual schools may determine whether purported conduct violates a policy based on that officer's personal view of what constitutes anti-Semitism. That indicates that they cannot be responsible, even given new training, for investigating these matters, because they themselves are injecting their own opinions into these matters. Now, I want to look at some of the things more broadly that we're talking about. So the chancellor mentioned that there were no students or faculty involved with the CCNY encampment. That is factually incorrect. I'm in touch with different people there, and I have procured their police reports. So I know this to be untrue as a factual matter. I was a student who was assaulted while doing video work for Fox News at that encampment. The NYPD was unable to investigate the matter because the students who were doing it in the video that I took were covering their faces. So all of these issues compound. Now, there are a lot of other issues in how we're approaching this matter. But
thank you. Please finish up your final thoughts.
That's my time.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead. Say your name for the record, please.
I'm Kristen Kiernan. I'm also from Hunter College.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk about actually the implications of a lot of this rhetoric that conflates anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism and its implications for the student population at CUNY colleges. Yeah, the conflation of Judaism with Zionism is both anti-Semitic and dangerous to Jewish students whose identities are being co-opted by the genocidal Israeli regime to further their far-right agenda in Palestine.
I'm sorry, can you pause for a sec? There are to be no disruptions from the audience. Everyone is entitled to say their piece. Thank you. You may continue.
According to recent J Street polling from 2024, the majority of American Jews do not think that the criticism of the State of Israel is anti-Semitic, and in fact agree by a 24-point margin that the United States should stop arming Israel with offensive weapons for as long as this war continues. There are bad actors among our ranks, but overwhelmingly, the movement for peace in Palestine is inclusive and calls for all people of conscience to speak up about the ongoing crisis in Gaza. I'd also like to talk about...
Can you pause one more time? If you're unable to be respectful of these people speaking, you're unable to stay in this room.
I'd also like to talk about Kenneth...
I just want to make sure you have your time. She has your time back. Okay, thank you.
I'd also like to talk about Kenneth Stern, who drafted IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism and his concerns about using it in an academic environment in work that he's written for The Guardian. He says that it poses dangers to free speech and human rights work. Stern himself recounts that the adoption of the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism has led to the silencing of anti-Zionist Jewish organizations. European Jews for a Just Peace was barred from a working group on anti-Semitism that they themselves had organized because of their criticism of the State of Israel. This silences the voices of Jewish activists who call for a peaceful resolution to the conflict.
Thank you. Please finish your final thought.
Thank you. Netanyahu's rhetoric that complains that Jewish people with the State of Israel contributes to the growing problem of anti-Semitism, despite the global rise of far-right extremism that threatens Jewish peoples, our elected leaders are choosing to victimize Palestinians instead of protecting their Jewish constituents.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Corey, please say your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Corey Edens. CUNY is an affordable institution for a majority of these students, and the majority of these students are working class, people of color, and first generation. In my experience as in powerful administrative positions at the university do not support our youth, but rather prey on this vulnerable population. I am shocked by the rampant corruption that exists in CUNY's rigged system of higher education and ask that New York City Council members individually and as a body join U.S. presidential candidates and New York City mayoral candidates running in this cycle to ask for a public meeting between Chancellor Matos Rodriguez.
Can I pause you? I just want to remind you the topic of today's hearing is about the Lippman Commission report, and right. Your comments should be related to...
Yep, I'll get there.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
and Hunter College President Nancy Cantor with myself and Ed Ridley to discuss specifics related to our issues. I just want to get to Hunter College and CUNY never responded to pending issues when never responds to pending issues when it is to their benefit, and also set up scenarios to personally antagonize students to elicit angry responses for them to be used as legal evidence, a tactic often used among corporate attorneys. Additionally, the institution attacks students' mental sanity as a means of justifying their abusive responses towards students. I and every other used and abused student I've been able to track down, despite their attempts to block my FOIA requests to find more, have been victims of this scandalous behavior. I have submitted a complaint to the New York Office of Civil Rights, and they have said that while I have a valid claim, it was not timely, and thus no action can be taken because of the institution's tactic of not responding in a timely manner. Hunter College hires an outside compliance agency, King Compliance Services, LLC, directed by Maura King, who, as an attorney, has over 2 decades of working in the financial and investment industries. How can the same body responsible for hiring the compliance agency be trusted so as not to influence a process designed to bring about accountability?
Thank you. And our final speaker, please state your name for the record.
My name is Von Stephen Del Valle, and I'm a mayor candidate for 2025. Today we are facing many challenges, especially just knowing corruption exists, especially among our most professional political leaders. I would hate to point fingers, especially being that I am not a professional politician. We've seen a lot of misinformation happen with the war that's currently going on in Gaza and Palestine. I've worked with Zaka. I spoke to many different Jewish organization groups, and it feels very uncomfortable to walk the streets, also being a Black Latin Jew. And one thing, my message is never assume or jump to conclusions when adversity strikes. Use intelligence, science, and innovation. If you have none of those, then use common sense. Don't believe everything you hear. You got a brain, use it, and don't become a victim of propaganda.
Thank you. I do want to remind you the hearing is about Judge Lippman's report on anti-Semitism and discrimination on CUNY campuses. You may continue.
Yes, I totally understand that, but it affects New York City as a whole. I went to school here at Vaughn College, and I didn't experience any anti-Semitism or any kind of discrimination because Vaughn College is on top of that. Why isn't our city universities making sure that this doesn't happen? We should all feel comfortable while we're getting an education. And saying that, the only thing we are guilty of is not fighting back. But today, that changes with your help. We have always fought for civil rights. We have always fought for fairness and justice. My name is Von Stephen Del Valle, and I'm running for mayor 2025.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony today. I'll be calling the next, I'm sorry, one moment, Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The incident that you spoke about at City College, I'm sure you were here earlier in the morning when the chancellor testified that nothing to see here, no biggie, all outside, whatever. Did you happen to notice at any time a CUNY public safety officer approach any of these terrorists and ask them to lower their masks or perhaps show a little plastic card?
Not only was that not an option, they couldn't do it because they weren't given the resources to do so. They had asked and tried working with the president of City College in advance to address the issue that they knew was getting worse on their campus, and they were denied to do so, in part because of the president of the university, but also because they were working hand in hand with the DA, Alvin Bragg, who had worked out a scheme in terms of how they were going to scale up their policing and how they were going to then address the incidents. Actually, the damages that were caused from that encampment, Alvin Bragg offered them, most of them, a plea deal, which was a sweetheart deal. Officers were assaulted and injured when they ultimately were given permission to go into the campus several days into the encampment after I and other people were prohibited from accessing the campus. So it's actually a bigger issue. It's not only they're not just not IDing, they're not doing any of the things that they should be doing, and doing so often willfully.
And just one more question, Mr. Chairman. To your knowledge, has anybody who was a student at City College been disciplined in any way, expelled, suspended, been told you have no home here, take your business elsewhere?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Yeager. Time for one question from Councilmember Vernikoff.
You testified earlier that a DEI officer tried to stop you from pursuing your complaint. Can you talk a little more about that?
Sure. So this complaint actually went all the way up to the chancellor level. So everybody at the university was aware of it. The reason for that is because the fellowship in question was the primary fellowship that CUNY partners with. So they basically rely solely on CUNY schools to nominate students and then they accept from a pool. I had an interview where I had informed them in advance that I was Sabbath observant, and they told me that would be an issue and that it was my choice to be religious. They had then alerted the campus person who had nominated me, who's a very nice person, who then told me that what they had done, which I already knew from the interview. I complained to the school. It was eventually got to the DEI officer. They sat me down with an attorney in the room without me knowing. They said, "We just want to talk to you." I show up, there's an attorney there, and there's her. So I'm now in an environment where I'm a student in my freshman year in college, and I'm facing an attorney and essentially a dean of the school. They then told me that we're going to look into the issue, and we would just want to know how you feel, and they then attempted to play it down. Then when I got on the phone with another dean of DEI at the school, I believe his name was Dean Rose, he basically attacked me over the phone, was telling me that I should be quiet. That was then similarly advocated for by another member of the CUNY higher up government. They told me that, listen, our options are either to suspend partnering with this group and deprive many of our students from the benefits of this program, or you could drop the issue. So they then essentially put it on me to say either because of you, we're gonna remove a benefit to other students, or you can be quiet and go away because you're a religious Jew.
Thank you so much. Thank you to this panel. I'll be calling the next panel. Esther Bloom, Ernest Rafalov, David Wapner, Adela Kohab, and Gabrielle Tierney. Welcome. We'll go same thing, my left to right, your right, left. We'll start with you. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Gabrielle Tierney. Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson Dinowitz and members of the committee. My name is Gabrielle Tierney. I am a senior at John Jay and the president of Hillel. Thank you for allowing me to address the urgent need to significantly modernize the CUNY's policies and procedures of online presence impacting the society's environment. Judge Lippman's recent report underscores the critical importance of revamping CUNY's policies to align with current legal standards and better address modern issues, including harmful behavior penetrated on social media. This recommendation could not be more timely, as recent events have highlighted significant failures in enforcing appropriate standards for campus organizations. There are claims that it can be hard to address as it does not happen on campus and they cannot identify individuals involved in the incidents. At John Jay, several student clubs have repeatedly used their social media platforms to spread inflammatory content. Over the summer, these accounts posted and shared images and videos of their members participating in protests where flags of recognized terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah and Hamas were prominently displayed. They also have a history of glorifying known terrorists. These posts, which normalize violence and incite hostility, have created a hostile environment for Jewish students. The ADL identified John Jay's SJP social media account as particularly dangerous.
Please finish up your final thought.
So their account was partially suspended and they instead created a new a new account that they said was not part of the school to then have another official one.
Thank you. And so the recommendation you're concerned with is clarifying the social media policy and the utilizing of the CUNY name
Yes.
for student groups with certain.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
Thank you. No, I'm going to move on to the next speaker because we want to make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. So please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Dinowitz and council members. My name is Ernest Rafaelov, and I'm the president of Hillel at Baruch College. As the leader of the Jewish student community on campus, I'm here today to speak about the ongoing issues of anti-Semitism on CUNY and necessary steps to address it. While I appreciate the efforts and statements made by the university leadership, I must say that they are simply not enough. Words are not actions. The Jewish community needs more than expressions of solidarity. We need tangible, decisive measures to combat anti-Semitism and discrimination across all campuses. The Lippman recommendations provide these resources and measures. Over the past 2.5 months, we have met with administrators 7 times, including twice with President Wu of Baruch College, once with CUNY Chancellor, once with members of the City Council, once with Richie Torres, and once with the mayor and others. These meetings feel like steps in an endless process. Our most recent meeting with Assistant Vice President of Student Affairs, Ain Jane Verkis Estrada, illustrated this frustration. Called on a short notice to discuss concerns about an October 7 event, we received backlash for not filing a form, something never required before in past events. This hour-long meeting focused on a minor procedural issue rather than offering support or addressing larger challenges we face. Such responses only add to our sense that we are being criticized instead of supported in our efforts to foster solidarity.
Thank you. Is there a particular element of the report that you think would have addressed that particular concern you're highlighting in your testimony?
Specifically, what are you asking?
Well, because I want to make sure that we're talking about the report that lays out 13 recommendations, and if not, or you're not sure, that's okay too. I'm just wondering your opinion.
I was going to get to the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take another few seconds. I know I took some time by asking questions. Go ahead.
I was going to say the Judge Lippman recommendations resonate strongly with what we're asking for. Specifically, I want to emphasize the need for guidance and investigations into anti-Semitism and discrimination, as well as adherence to the legal definition of anti-Semitism in abjugating incidents. Further on, faculty and staff must be held accountable for the impact of their words and actions, which is another recommendation of the Judge Lippman report.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Kohab.
Thank you so much. So I actually testified at City Hall about CUNY back in June of 2022, and it's really a shame that instead of talking about how much progress we've seen, we're actually significant steps back. By way of background, I filed a Title VI against NYU in 2019 for very similar behavior that we've seen at CUNY, and since then, I've become a lawyer who now fights Title VI cases specifically. So reading through the Lippman recommendations, I want to elucidate enforcement. So we've spoken about the IRA definition, and the thing is that until you define something, you cannot fight it, and the IRA definition has been supported by the major Jewish organizations as well as the majority of the Jewish community. Second, I want to talk about the enforcement. So I want to look at NYU's policy. NYU right now came out with the most definitive policy that defines anti-Zionism as a form of anti-Semitism. It is explicit talking about litmus tests. It's something that has been done by NYU. Whether or not it will be enforced, hopefully we'll see. But again, that sets a really strong precedent of a New York university setting a strong definition. When I read it, I honestly felt my heart singing, saying I couldn't have written it better myself. Number one. Number two, NYU created a Title VI coordinator position. Now, I'm older than most students here. You know, I graduated 2019. I'm 28. I'm not that old. I was in college during the Me Too movement. And what happened after the Me Too movement in 2017 was the creation of a Title IX coordinator position. That significantly decreased the amount of sexual assault cases, and every single one was dealt with right now with a zero tolerance policy. So when you look at anti-Semitism, we're not looking for special treatment. We're looking for equal treatment under the law. not only when it comes to discrimination, but when it comes to any form of harassment of students. So I love the Lippman recommendations, but unfortunately I felt that it could have been stronger when it comes to what enforcement looks like. To me, it looks like a definition, and a definition that explicitly includes Zionism, which again, we saw NYU do, and number two, creating that Title VI coordinator position. I think that also, because I have 10 seconds, talking about social media. If you look at universities, they talk about how they can't step into social media. I come from the world of Greek life. I know for a fact that if a fraternity or sorority posts pictures with alcohol, they cannot be on campus and they get sanctioned. So why is it different when it comes to Jewish identity and harassing Jewish students?
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do remember you from 2.5 years ago.
Oh,
it's
lovely.
so good
Hi.
to see you moving on and addressing Title VI complaints. I will note that this council, in our preliminary budget response, did push for a Title VI funding for a Title VI coordinator at DOE and CUNY. That's the K-12 school system and the CUNY system. Unfortunately, it was something that was not able to be funded, but that's the Title VI coordinator position is something that this council, as a value in our budget, also believes in. So I want to thank you for mentioning the Title VI coordinator position at NYU. And our final panelists for this panel. Thank you.
Okay, my name is David Wapner, and I just for the record, I just earlier when you said if no one can be in the room, respectfully of the white appearing person wearing a keffiyeh earlier, they were making their statements.
So I just want to be clear, we're not here to talk about other panelists.
Yes.
Just any statements that I've made is fine.
My behavior was I got up and walked out, and I did it silently, but I wanted to make sure that it was on the record that I walked out when you said that.
Thank you so much.
Respectfully. On the record, I walked right out. Okay, what I'd like to say is over the past decade, we know that over $13 billion dollars in contributions from foreign entities have been made to universities, and that's not even including the undocumented foreign funds, which are contributions from gas and oil. So that's established. I wanted to read a quote. I'm trying to fit in too much in. All right, the quote is, "What America and its allies fear the most is that we take the battlefield from Kabul, Baghdad, and Gaza to Washington, London, Paris, and Tel Aviv, and take it to all the American, Jewish, and Western interests in the world." That's a quote from Hamza bin Laden, bin Laden's son. And from my experience being at the counter protests, I've seen signs saying, "Bring the war home," with a machine gun on it. Kids wearing not just keffiyehs, but PFLP. I have the pictures. I didn't submit them. I have the pictures. Follow me on Instagram. And there was also signs that said, "Long live the Antifada. Let the Antifada pave the way for a people's war."
Thank you. Perfect. 2 minutes. Love it. I'd like to thank this panel for your testimony today. Thank you again. I will call the next panel. Yvette Stark, Azriel Ganak, Kayla Bellin. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you so much for the council for having this meeting and exploring this very, very difficult subject. But I think I'm a Hunter graduate. I want to just say that. I'm very proud of that. And
me too.
And
can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, sure. It's Yvette Jody Stark. And I've been actually engaged in supporting young people at Baruch, young people at CUNY, and been to the events, and not having experienced that at Hunter when I was going to school, but I'm very old now. I am not aware of the Lippman. I did not read it. I have to be honest about that. though I was aware of this judge for many years with the asbestos issues and other issues in the city, the Sheldon Silver issues. So I just want to say that I think everybody here is really talking about remedy and accountability. And if you don't have a way of having remedy and accountability, you just continue to have chaos. So it's important for me to see a set of rules and a set of how you are going to hold people accountable. I just want to say I testified in Nassau County, and I was one of the people who was responsible for having masks removed in Nassau County, not just for the safety of students, but for our police department and people to arrest chronic offenders who are destroying public property, destroying property at the city school events, and also any other property in New York City. So I think it's really important to remove masks. I think it's really important to have a set of remedies and a set of how you're going to hold people accountable. And that does include the criminal justice system, because there are crimes here, not just against Jewish students, but against all of us who live in the city and have to listen to this incessant brainwashed chanting that's going on, which are lies, by the way. Okay, there's no Palestine. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
You want the history? I'll go into the Judaic history of Genesis.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Again, quiet in the chamber. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Kayla Bellin. I'm a junior at City College and the president of the Hillel at City College. I would like to provide context for points 6 and 9 of the Lippman report. Judge Lippman's sixth recommendation maintains that CUNY should increase consideration of the relationship between Israel and the Jewish people. I have two accounts relevant to this topic. First, a student in one of my classes referred to the land of Israel as Arab lands. He said that Jews live on Arab lands and was not corrected. The class proceeded, as usual, with this reference to Israel as Arab land seemingly accepted. This was now information that had been taught. It had been accepted by the students in the room. This denied the existence of Israel and the tie between Jews and their state. Second, I've been in classes where the professor has explicitly stated that Israel is in the same state that Germany was in during the Nuremberg trials, namely, completely guilty of heinous crimes and genocide. I've had professors say, Israel is doing to the Palestinians what Germany did to the Jews. This is Holocaust inversion. This comment, made in front of a classroom of impressionable students, is not only a lie, but also characterizes the state of Israel and Israelis as Nazis who are guilty of intentionally and deliberately murdering 6 million Jews. Inflammatory comments made in a classroom setting not only misinform students, but have the power to spark anti-Semitism. In support of point 9 of Judge Lippman's report, professors should be held accountable for these comments because their words hold a lot of power, as students immediately accept them as truth. In addition, a student in one of my classes, from which I have since unenrolled, wrapped his face entirely in a keffiyeh in the middle of class. It was not worn on his shoulders or on his head as other students wear it as a sign of protest, but was wrapped around his entire face so only his eyes were showing. This is an act of intimidation. Masking is extremely relevant to the anti-Semitism issue on CUNY campuses. It is intimidation. Thank you for your time and
Thank you so much. Thank you. Finally, please make sure your microphone's on and then state your name for the record.
Is it on now?
You got it.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz and members of the committee for holding this important meeting. My name is Azriel Ganak, and I'm the chair of the CUNY Alliance for Inclusion and a distinguished professor of physics at Queens College. Our group works to ensure that all groups are included and respected at CUNY, and that discussions are based on fact and not on plugged-in, wistful ideological certainties that place Israel at the center of the evil of the world. CUNY is the people's university and should elevate students to achieve great things within the fabric of American democracy, not to tear it apart using the tool of anti-Semitism. We oppose the oxymoronic view that academic freedom means boycotting Israel and that bringing hatred of Israel into the classroom in any course in the humanities and social sciences is a faculty prerogative. Academic freedom is built upon academic responsibility. A way needs to be found by which antipathy to Israel is not a litmus test for being hired in the humanities and social sciences at CUNY. CUNY needs to teach students how to engage in open discussions in which arguments are supported by facts. This can be part of a freshman year initiative. We seek to work with the CUNY administration and hope that at some point the Chancellor will respond to our letters. We therefore look to you to keep CUNY a vital and open university. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this testimony. Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, when the student in your class who did the whole terror mask thing in the middle class, did you report that student?
I did not report that student through the normal means of reporting because it seems to be completely ineffective.
Fair enough.
I don't waste my time.
Did you use a different method of reporting?
I went to the president of the school, and we have semi-regular meetings with the president of the school, and I spoke to him about it. But nothing has been done to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Have you seen protests and whatever encampments and et cetera on those campuses, on the campus that you're on?
City College is pretty well known for being the center of the CUNY encampments last year, so I've definitely seen it. I've seen signs all throughout the campus last year and this year. This year they seem to have more time, place, and manner restrictions, but I know there are many students that walk around feeling completely
Have you seen people covering their faces? Ever see anybody who works for CUNY Public Safety walk up to any of the terror mask wearers and ask them for a plastic CUNY ID card or anything like that?
I have not seen that, no.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Yeager. Thank you to this panel. I'll be calling our last in-person panel, and then we'll be moving to Zoom. Sharon Brown Jeter, Samuel Panuccio, DJ Elf 7, Jeffrey Lax, Joey Borgen. Okay, you may begin. Please state your name for the record.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? Okay, it's good. Yeah. My name is DJL7. It's nice to address New York City's #1 street activist. Nice to see Mr. Dinowitz and the rest of the panel. So just want to talk real quick. I'm actually Korean American, and we're on the same timeline of manipulations going on with our government as the Israel-Palestine conflict. And I'm sorry to say that a lot of times we say this phrase, never forget, but the fact of the matter is that Koreans were often forgotten about in the discussion about what happened to my people. Not only that, we talk about we know that the Jews were victims of the Third Reich, but I'm also working with a Namibian who's actually a victim of the Second Reich. And we don't talk about their suffering because why? Because they're black? Now, the fact of the matter is that the Lippman report has some shortages, and one of those shortages is actually not consulting with other war victims. It's as ridiculous as having, and both sides are guilty of this. I'm not going to, right, and honestly, to tell you the truth, most of the Israeli supporters are more willing to have a conversation with me than people on the other side who are actually supposedly Palestinian supporters, but they actually work to exclude people like myself and other war victims, even white war victims who are Russian and Ukrainian do not get to speak at the war rallies. Instead, it's their chosen people. There's professional activists who are victimizing the movement, and honestly, I beg for your assistance as in terms of shutting them down. Earlier, Ina talked about embracing the new administration and shutting down people who are labeled as terrorists from getting funding. I'm looking forward to that, but I'm also nervous about how people are defined as terrorists. Now, the thing is that there's a lot of hypocrisy on both sides. Today, we heard about people complaining about pictures of guns, but we all know that Ina Vernikov actually brought a gun to actually a school. But, you know, being a Korean, we also are ready to defend ourselves when we're under attack. So I also can somewhat sympathize with her position of, you know, you can't just take shots on us for free. But
once again, I just want to remind the panel. This is about the Lippman report.
Yeah.
And actions at CUNY, CUNY Central, CUNY administration, not any member of this committee. Thank
Okay,
you.
so CUNY actually has been engaged once again, as has been repeated multiple times today, to use legal threats, to use manipulations to try to prevent justice from happening. And once again, I just want to shout out the Andy Williams, who actually was running for U.S. president. We have a coalition of people trying to support this. He says that the federal funds are given to schools not to determine their politics, but to give them degrees to make them productive members of society.
Thank you so
And
much
we
for your
need to- yeah.
testimony. Thank
you so much.
We also added to this panel is Julius. Yes. Okay. We're going to go this way, and then we'll end with you, Julius, okay? Next panelist, please.
My name is Samuel Peter Panuccio. I'm a retired NYPD sergeant. Spent 39 years in the NYPD. I retired in 2020. I'm also a survivor of 9/11. Survived both tower collapses and was awarded the Medal of Valor. So after October 7th, which was absolutely appalling, I was shocked to see the spontaneous eruptions of these protests that started on October 8th. Over the last year, I've spent my free time. I attend these rallies. I've been deep diving into the groups that are behind these rallies, specifically with CUNY. CUNY signage, their groups with signs advertising CUNY International's groups are present at every one of these rallies. It doesn't matter which school you go to. It's generally the same players bouncing around from campus to campus. Both CUNY, both Ivy League, like Columbia and such. And some of the spontaneous street eruptions, I think the NYPD's done a great job. These rallies, under being handcuffed as they are, some of these rallies tend to go off on their own, block streets, impede traffic. Some of the groups that they are partnered up with are some of the worst players moving in this area right now, like within our lifetime. Jewish Voice of Peace, well coordinated, funded, and they have access to attorneys. So generally when people do get arrested, it's not much of an issue. I find it appalling as a retired law enforcement officer and an American citizen when I go to these events and what I hear. The stuff you see online, or even the signage or things that you may see at these rallies, when you mingle in the crowd, it's absolutely horrendous.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I also want to thank you for your service, not just as an officer, but an officer during 9/11, of course, one of the darkest days in our country's history. Thank you.
We can clap for that, right?
Thank you. Make sure you use your mic on.
I think so. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My name is Joseph Borgen, and a little background on myself. I have very intimate knowledge of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism and the connection between the two. In May 2021, I was gang assaulted in Times Square by a group of pro-Palestinian sympathizers, pro-Arab protesters who proceeded to beat me within an inch of my life. And to get accountability in that situation, it kind of harkens back to the situation here I see with CUNY, because without any accountability and without any consequences being doled out to those who are engaged in the wrongdoing, nothing will change. And as it relates to the Lippman report, one thing I'm trying to be very quick, I think a flaw was the failure to properly define discrimination as it relates to anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. We need to have that on the books. Without anything on the books, we cannot enforce any sort of wrongdoing. Also, the Lippman report puts the onus on the college to self-change itself. Do we give criminals the right to determine their own sentence? Why are we giving CUNY the ability to decide their own changes that they need to make internally? Why are we enabling them and putting the trust in them? And I'd like to point out that Sally Abdallah, the CUNY Chief Diversity Officer, this is an individual who's a civil rights director for the CAR, the Council of American Islamic Relations. She's a BDS activist. Are you guys telling me that a Jewish student, when they file their complaint, it's making their way up to this individual, a BDS activist, an anti-Semite? How can this be? And this was someone who was appointed by Chief Matos? Why? Can someone explain to me why this individual who hates Jews is allowed to rule on what's going on with Jews? And I'll say this also. We talked a lot about the mask ban here on campus. I know Ina Vernikoff sponsored a bill for a mask ban. Where is that in City Council? I don't understand why you guys are trying to be putting the blame on CUNY for not having a mask ban. What are you guys doing? What's City Council doing? What have you done since October 7th to affect change in the situation? Eric Dinowitz, Councilmember Dinowitz, you mentioned the $3 million of damage. If they're not doing anything about it, what about you guys? Are we paying for that? Are we paying for the extra security? Are we paying for the extra police? Why don't you guys step up and hold them accountable if CUNY won't? That's just my 2 cents on the situation.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz. Thank you, Councilwoman Vernikoff. Thank you, Assembly-elect Yeager, for your leadership on this issue. Really appreciated. The Lippman report did scrutinize the policies of CUNY. However, did not apply the law to these policies and left that job entirely up to CUNY, with the caveat that the university should consider Zionism as part of many Jews' identity. But that observation is not law, nor even an explanation of how to apply existing law. I'm here hoping to provide suggestions related to the law and what CUNY must do to properly define and follow the law and the report's recommendations. CUNY must declare that Zionism is a protected characteristic under its policies, and it must define what Zionism is under the law. Zionism is protected under the law. I won an EEOC case based on Zionism.
Is Julius? And please make sure your microphone's on and state your full name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Julius Nemkow, and as a former CUNY student, lifelong Jewish New Yorker, and father of 2 young daughters, I'm honestly really shocked and horrified for my kids and our next generation in general, for the Jewish people, for the American people, with what's going on right now with rampant anti-Semitism, and especially seeing all the anti-Semitism at CUNY campuses as a former student, and having gone to public school all my life here in the city. I really think that you guys should take a tough stance against this, and CUNY should take a tough stance against this. I think that what's been done so far has been extremely weak. As they mentioned with the person from BDS being in charge of this, they should be removed. Honestly, I think that if we let the other side win, they talk about genocide, we'll see a real genocide if they get their way. They want to genocide us. That's what they want. Jewish Voice for Peace, people like, those groups, they have no connection to Judaism whatsoever. They might have like one Jewish ancestor. I've honestly read a list of a lot of people that are part of that organization, that have attended their rallies. Most of the names on there were not even Jewish, okay? They have no connection to Judaism, and Zionism is a central part of Judaism. I've experienced myself a lot of hate. I've been to these rallies that have been mentioned. I was at one today in Hoboken. I was almost physically assaulted just for being Jewish, just for standing up for my country. There's nothing wrong with loving your homeland, okay? These people are liars, they're terrorists, okay, and communists. They need to be stopped. Okay, this is a false ideology of hate, okay? They're harassing Jewish students on campus. They're abusing us, they need to be stopped. This should all be outlawed completely.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have one question from Councilman Vernikov.
Detective, you're familiar with the groups within our lifetime, SJP and JVP, correct?
I am familiar with them.
Can you talk a little bit more about their role in the protests that have been going on for over a year now?
They could provide, like, I would say, the overarching guidance on how these things, how they'll progress. They put out a tremendous amount of guidance and material online, but they seem to be the people behind the scenes that want to keep the movement. These groups existed prior to October 7th. October 7th gave them a new impetus to organize, to rally. They have their main themes is the destruction of Israel and to take down the West. That's pretty much their, but along the way, these are dangerous groups. I can't unequivocally come out and say I can prove they do associate with people that are part of terrorist organizations. I'm no longer a member of law enforcement, so I couldn't really qualify that statement. But they work with some of the worst people operating in this area. Within our lifetime, horrible bunch of people. They've been around for a long time. There's some material I've seen that one of the people that runs within our lifetime, we have videos of this guy from 10 years ago in Russia, where he's speaking in English and saying, nothing more than destroy Israel, bring down the West. That's like their spiritual, he's the main guy up at the top. And he's been moving around in the protest arena, I'd say now, since before Occupy Wall Street. These people have been around a long time. These are not students. They are not kids. Some of them are involved in academia. Their main goal is not to educate, but to indoctrinate. Some of these people, there are ties. We have other groups. We like the Muslim Students Association. This is a group that started in the early 1960s. But the people that started those groups are some of the worst players at that time. These are people from the Muslim Brotherhood. These groups are tied to the Muslim Brotherhood. So as much as say, oh, these are just kids protesting on campus, no, it's not. These are kids being guided, probably, for lack of a better term, brainwashed. It seems to be the current thing to do. But the people at the top, these are some incredibly bad players, really bad.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll be moving on to the Zoom panel now. Thank you so much.
Can I briefly comment? Can I add to what he said?
No, I'm sorry. We're going to move on to the next panel. Okay, thank you.
In our lifetimes, you want to try to kill me, by the way.
Okay, thank you. I feel, we're not going back and forth with... Okay. I do feel compelled just to respond to, if we could have quiet in the chamber. You can speak outside the chamber. I don't typically like to respond to public testimony. People could say how they feel. I do feel compelled, though, to say it's important for me that I don't get to define what someone else's beliefs look like, what someone else's Judaism or any religion looks like. And that wouldn't be the policy of this committee, to take a stand on what one individual group's beliefs are or are not. And I do want to just say for clarity that the report itself was commissioned by the governor. And part of the mandate of the report was not prescribing certain things and making enforceable decisions, for better or worse. And it's going to take the work of all of us from across political ideologies, city, state, and federal governments to work together to ensure that this issue is addressed. And we thankfully do have a roadmap with the observations of Judge Lippman. That is one of the reasons we're having this hearing today, to highlight the recommendations and to help move forward with them. And it's going to take partnerships in city, state, federal government across the ideological spectrum. I want to move on to our Zoom testimony, and the first person I will call is Alex Jacobs.
Alex, you may begin.
Good afternoon, thank you. My name is Alex Jacobs. I want to begin by saying I'm not a CUNY student or a faculty member, so my comment is strictly made as a New Yorker, and I can't speak to anyone's experience on campus, and I have very little desire to engage on the inside baseball of student activism. But I can talk on what's been shared and advocated for in the report and in this meeting. First, Judge Lippman's report seems mostly focused on the structural and procedural hurdles that some people have to reporting hate crimes and seems agnostic on any specific protest. So I'm a little bit confused on how a mask ban promotes safety. The report is also somewhat silent on this, but the council for some reason wasn't. I think it's mighty big of Councilmember Vernikoff to be so concerned with safety and what people bring to protests when we know that she brings a gun to them. So masks are apparently this terrifying thing, an impediment to public safety. But our takeaway should be that to Councilor Vernikoff, guns are fine. But since so many council members seem more concerned on making political polemics, let's recognize that the report notes that the different definitions of anti-Semitism have multiple shortcomings, the obvious issue being the anti-Semitic conflation of Israel and Zionism with Jewish people. For what it's worth, there are more Christian Zionists in this nation than Jewish, so I'm not sure how Zionists should be a protected class or conflated with being a Jew. But that aside, I'm not sure why anti-Israeli propaganda is the subject of a discussion on anti-Semitism to begin with. Israel is a country. It's not a Jew. To be clear, it's a country that's perpetuating a genocide and has been doing so for multiple decades. Excuse me, I'm a little bit sick. A Jew is a person. A Jew is not a Zionist or an Israeli. Zionism is a racist, genocidal project. Hillel isn't only a Jewish organization, it's a Zionist organization. It's wholly irrelevant if someone holds it to be a fundamental part of their identity because you're not justified to feel safe just because you claim racism is an immutable part of who you are. And it's abundantly clear that council members are not really concerned with protecting Jews, students, or protests. In fact, Councilmember Yeager has said Palestine does not exist, but apparently that's not hateful. But God forbid that somebody supports
Your time has
BDS.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those opinions. Dr. Mary O'Riordan, next.
You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Mary O'Riordan. In 2020, I retired from 30 years teaching at CUNY, where I've been tenured senior faculty. I mainly taught ESL students. I've published several papers for ethno-linguistic minorities and how to best prepare them for academic success. When I worked full-time at City Tech, I co-chaired the CUNY ESL Discipline Council and regularly met with the Vice Chancellor. In addition, before becoming a teacher, I was a human rights specialist at the New York City Human Rights Commission. From my conversations with faculty and students and from my time at the Human Rights Commission, I can tell you that anti-Semitic remarks and activities have been happening in CUNY classrooms. I believe fueled in part by the faculty union. Last November, a former colleague, Susan DeRamo, told me that she had asked her ESL students matriculating at Lippman to collect signatures on a petition for a ceasefire. Mostly living in Spanish-speaking neighborhoods, they would surely not be using English to do this. Students were deprived of class time and activities that could have helped them prepare for academic success to instead promote Ms. DeRamo's partisan agenda. The time she spent on anti-Zionist activities in class was also reinforcing negative stereotypes of Jews, which ESL students often bring with them from their countries of origin. In addition, she had been for many years an executive officer in the Professional Staff Congress. I then spoke to another ESL colleague at CUNY College, at another CUNY college. It was Bronx Community College. She told me that she didn't see anything wrong with making students work on that petition and that she understood October 7th, as the Palestinians must have been jealous of the success of the Israelis. As her college's grievance counselor, she too had been active for many years in the union. I then found that our union
Thank
had
you.
not only
Thank you so much.
passed-
Mary, can you please just finish up your final thought as your time has
Yes.
expired? Thank you so much.
Yes. I then found that our union had not only passed a BDS resolution, but had passed for anti-Zionist political education on campuses. I believe the faculty and their union must be held accountable for their conduct.
Thank you so much. And that is related to, I believe, one of the recommendations. I believe it's number 9. Thank you for relating it to one of the recommendations. Thank you. Our next panelist is Avraham Goldstein.